during the Iron Age, both the Jews and Samaritans claim descent from them. In this video, we are going to conduct a DNA and historic analysis to understand who these ancient people were from a genetic perspective. The sites of Abel, Beth-Makkah, and Megiddo have played a very important role in the archaeology of the Levant. Both of these sites are mentioned in the Bible and have been home to human habitation dating back to the Bronze Age. Two fossils found within these sites date back to when the historic kingdom of Israel ruled, and on this basis, the archaeogenetics community has labeled these samples as being Israelite in origin. These samples, although similar, display genetic variance. Thus, from the very onset of this video, before we dive even deeper, we can ascertain that the Israelite DNA is not a monolith. Over here, I've got a Stone Age ancestral breakdown of the average Iron Age Israelite. And interestingly, what we can see is around 30% of their ancestry is Natufian derived. The Natufians were a proto-agriculturalist culture from the Levant who lived approximately 15,000 years ago, and who today form the highest genetic component of modern southern Arabian populations. But if we look closer at this breakdown, what you'll see is around 42% of their ancient ancestry is Anatolian Neolithic farmer derived. The Anatolian Neolithic farmers lived just north of the Natufians. Around 9,000 years ago, they begin to migrate into the Levant, and by mixing with the Natufians, they form a new genetic component known as Levant Neolithic farmer. Levant Neolithic farmer forms a substantial portion of the ancient Israelite genome at around 55%, and is a characteristic genetic signal found throughout parts of the ancient Fertile Crescent. The Stone Age would end approximately 7,000 years ago and would be followed by the Copper Age. The Copper Age would witness mass migrations of a southern Mesopotamian peoples known as the Ubaid culture into the region. These groups, which were rich in Iranian Neolithic ancestry, would go on to mix with the local Levantine population and form the ancestral backbone behind the early Bronze Age Canaanites. These early Canaanites would exist in the region for many years, but due to a drying event which occurred during the end of the early Bronze Age, there were mass migrations of a people known as the Amorites. The mixture between the early Bronze Age Levantines with these northerly migrants is what not only forms the backbone behind the Middle Bronze Age ancestry of the southern Levant, but ultimately the largest genetic component detected in the two Israelite samples we have access to. The Bronze Age would abruptly end in an event which is known as the Late Bronze Age Collapse. This time period was characterized by major societal collapse throughout the Bronze Age world, which also coincided with severe climatic changes that would result in droughts and famines. This resulting breakdown in civil society would cause migrations of the famed Sea Peoples into the area. The Sea Peoples were a loose collection of differing groups of likely Aegean and Anatolian origins. A group of them known as the Philistines would go on to attack various regions in the eastern Mediterranean region, and after being defeated in ancient Egypt by Pharaoh Ramses III in the Nile Delta, would later go on to settle into the southern Levantine coast of the modern-day Gaza Strip. The merger of the Sea Peoples within the local southern Canaanite culture is what would form the foundation of the Iron Age southern Levantine ancestry. When we look at the two Israelite samples, they also possess components of Greek-like admixture, indicating that ancestry isn't the primary driving factor behind why the Israelites were distinguished from their neighbors. So, what was so unique about the Israelites? Well, the Israelites were distinguished by their use of ancient Hebrew, a sub-dialect of the larger Canaanite languages, which included other sister languages such as Phoenician, Moabite, Ammonite, and Edomite. They were also distinguished by their primary worship of the Canaanite god Yahweh, but at this time in particular, they were still polytheistic and would also worship other gods of the Canaanite pantheon as well. By the Middle Iron Age, the Israelites would eventually form into two distinct kingdoms, the Kingdom of Israel in the north, with its capital centered in Samaria, and the Kingdom of Judah of the south, with its capital in Jerusalem. In 722 BC, the northern kingdom of Israel was conquered by the Neo-Assyrian Empire, and as punishment for their resistance, some of the local population was deported to the Assyrian homeland. The Assyrians were then conquered by the Babylonians, and in 586 BC, they would finally conquer the southern kingdom of Judah. Like the Assyrians before them, the Babylonians would deport some of the local population to elsewhere in their empire. This could explain why many Jewish populations score components of Northwest Asian-related ancestry when conducting DNA tests. Nevertheless, it was during this time in captivity that the Hebrew Bible which is the backbone of the modern Jewish faith, was completed. And with the rise of the Persian Empire, with the rule of Cyrus the Great, many of these exiled Israelites were allowed to return back to their homeland, allowing them to spread their newfound monotheistic faith to the local population. The region would then be conquered by the Greeks under the command of Alexander the Great, and following brief self-rule as a result of the Maccabean revolt, the area would be conquered by the Romans in the 1st century AD. Following another revolt of the local population against their rule, the Romans would violently repress the revolt, and after the destruction of the Second Temple, would later rename their province Syria Palestina. As a result, many but not all the local Jewish population would migrate to various regions of the world and form the Jewish diaspora as we know it today. Now, to finally answer the question as to which modern populations possess the highest components of this Israelite ancestry, at least based on the two samples we have access to, we will first need to determine which modern populations show the closest genetic distance to these two samples. Over here, I have a genetic distance chart, which shows the closeness modern populations have to the two samples analyzed. As we can see, the Samaritans, who are an endogamous group in the Levant, show the closest genetic distance to both of these samples. The Samaritans, an ethno-religious group from ancient Samaria in the central Levant, consider themselves the direct descendants of the Israelite tribes of Ephraim and Manasseh. Distinct from the Jewish community, they have unique religious practices based on the Samaritan Torah. This genetic continuity is largely attributed to the Samaritans' consistent habitation in the same geographical area, as well as their practice of endogamy, meaning they don't marry outside of their community, preserving their genetic makeup over millennia. Despite all of this, however, the origins of the Samaritans have always been clouded in uncertainty. The traditional Jewish view is that when the Israelites were captured by the Assyrians in 721 BC, the Assyrians repopulated the region with foreign populations. These foreigners intermingled with the remaining Israelites, leading to the emergence of the Samaritans. Thus, from a Jewish perspective, Samaritans were seen as a mixed population, a view which the Samaritans themselves do not agree upon. Recent genetic studies, however, challenge the traditional Jewish perspective on the Samaritan origins. Two papers analyzing the DNA of the Samaritan community revealed that the majority of their males have Y DNA markers which are shared by the Jewish priestly class known as Kohanim, indicating, at least based on the Jewish viewpoint, a paternal connection to Aaron, Moses' brother. Furthermore, their mitochondrial DNA, which tracks maternal lineage, is incredibly rare and absent for the most part in other ethnic groups worldwide, revealing a relatively unmixed origin. These findings indicate that Samaritans are likely descendants of Israelites who remained in the region after the Assyrian conquest, maintaining their distinct cultural and genetic identity. It is for this reason, in the next section of our analysis, we'll be using DNA samples from Samaritans instead of the two ancient Israelites. This choice is not only consistent with QPADM models employed by geneticists, but also the Samaritan samples we have access to are of better quality and more plentiful, allowing for better coverage and making our genetic analysis more thorough and reliable. Over here I have a DNA breakdown exploring Samaritan and Iron Age admixture, and as we can see, the modern Palestinians derive 60 to 80% of their ancestry from a Samaritan-like profile. The labeling and choice of these models are done to replicate QPADM models to reduce overfit. As a general rule of thumb, there is both a religious and geographical gradient influencing this ancestry, with Christians generally scoring higher results and northern Palestinian Muslims scoring higher than those in the south. Although there has been a history of Samaritans admixing with the modern Palestinians, please bear into consideration though that G25 assessment does not signify direct descent, but rather is a showcase of genetic affinity based on the available samples sequenced by scientists. When comparing other groups, what we find is that various Jewish populations also derive a portion of their ancestry from a Samaritan-like source. Out of all populations, Mizrahi Jews, specifically those in Iraq, appear to score the highest. However, it is important to consider that Jewish groups as a whole are quite genetically diverse and do not constitute as a single genetic profile, with differing populations additionally deriving portions of their ancestry from the diverse peoples they have lived alongside throughout the centuries. As a final note, it is important to approach these findings with an open mind and respect for the diverse narratives and beliefs that exist within our audience. Identity transcends beyond DNA, and the study of genetics is only one of the many useful tools that allow us to better understand our shared past and should only be used to unite us, not divide us.
In times, some have decided to take a closer look at the African cultural connection between one of the largest slave rebellions in American history. What up, African World? It's Home Team here, and welcome back to another video of African history, culture, and worldview. If you like this content, consider supporting the Home Team on patreon.com. There, you can have access to sources and more in-depth full courses on African history. And with word from my sponsors, there's a new social media platform dedicated to educating and uplifting our people. No longer do we have to be censored for speaking our truth. Our Black Truth is Black owned and operated, and a place where you can post your businesses and even monetize your content. You can download the app at Google Play or the App Store, and you can visit the website at ourblacktruth.com. Links to everything in the description box below. One of the most well-known rebellions amongst enslaved people is the Haitian Revolution, in which Africans rose up against the French, defeating them in battle, liberating themselves from shackles. This was one of the few slave rebellions in which we know for sure the enslaved population pulled from African culture and spirituality to spearhead the revolution. The Haitian Revolution was one of the largest rebellions in human history, and so you would think another large rebellion like the Stono Rebellion would pull from a similar source to start its righteous movement. The Stono Rebellion in 1739 was one of the largest and costliest in the history of the United States. In studying it, historians have generally not appreciated the extent to which the African background of the participants may have shaped their decision to revolt or their subsequent actions. In some ways, the failure to consider the African background of the revolt is surprising, since a number of historians have recently explored the possibility of African religions, cultures, and societies playing an important role in other aspects of South Carolina life. The Stono Rebellion was said to have been started by a man named Jemmy on September 9th, 1739. He and a core group of so-called Angolan slaves led the charge on a Sunday. Ironically, a European power at the time was said to have encouraged the enslaved Angolans in their decision to fight. The Spanish were suspected in the uprising because, according to the account, the slaves were Catholics, and the Jesuits have a mission and school in that kingdom, and many thousands of the Negroes profess the Roman Catholic religion. In addition to the sentiments of a common religion, many slaves could speak Portuguese, which was as near Spanish as Scotch is to English, thus increasing their receptivity to Spanish offers and propaganda. It's not conclusive as to whether Spanish propaganda or offers were at the core of the decision, but it's certainly plausible. The Angolans took storefronts and got firearms, marching onward to freedom, gathering crowds, waving banners, dancing, and beating drums. When they reached a number of about 90 enslaved people, they were finally met by a militia who successfully dispersed the group. Afterwards, small skirmishes took place as they reformed to continue on to the Spanish territory of St. Augustine. The enslaved Africans are often called Angolan because they were likely taken from the Kingdom of Congo, which, ironically at the time, was a Christian empire officially. Congo had an extensive system of schools and churches, and many of the people there were bilingual, speaking Kikongo and Portuguese. Many Congolese elite considered Christianity as a part of their identity, and the Mwene Congo, or kings of Congo, had relationships with Rome independently. These observations by travelers in Africa were seconded by occasional clerical observations in the Americas, where Congolese slaves were well known to be Christians. Unfortunately, however, during the 18th century, Congo suffered from many lengthy civil wars, which not only deteriorated statehood, but also created an atmosphere where the free and the enslaved could be shipped off to Brazil and America. Many of the enslaved people from the Congo region were war captives and were well trained, militarily speaking. One of the features of African parentage involving the Stono Rebellion was surprisingly the ability to use firearms. Soldiers in Congo would have certainly had training in the use of firearms. By the 18th century, guns were becoming more common on African battlefields, but the colonial militia in America did not allow that sort of privilege amongst enslaved Africans to be prevalent in the least. In reference to the Stono Rebellion, the rebels quickly seized a supply of guns and apparently handled them well. The utility of guns in a revolt is directly proportional to the skill with which the rebels are capable of using them, and this, in turn, is dependent on training. Presumably, those unfamiliar with guns might have sought other weapons such as knives, axes, or agricultural tools and passed up a raid on an armory. Because the colonial militia did not provide much in the way of firearms training, the possibility of an African source of training seems more likely. Further evidence concerning the African influence on the Stono Rebellion was the presence of banners, drums, but more importantly, the war dance. Even though local American militias had similar elements, they did not have a war dance. This unique aspect strongly reveals the Africanity of the Stono Rebellion. Military dancing was a part of the African culture of war. In African war, dancing was as much a part of military preparation as drill was in Europe. Before 1680, when soldiers fought hand to hand, dancing was a form of training to quicken reflexes and develop parrying skills. Dancing in preparation for war was so common in Congo that dancing a war dance, sangamento, was often used as a synonym for to declare war in 17th century sources. It's interesting that one Portuguese commander acknowledged the Congolese skill with muskets, so it would seem as though many of these so-called Angolan rebels in the Stono Rebellion had military experience in Congo and clearly knew how to handle guns. Even the way they fought was indicative of a Congolese style. Their tactics seemed crude to observers, but according to John Thornton, the Europeans' idea of a proper military formation was based on the necessity created by cavalry of maintaining a close order at all times. Indeed, the European musketeer of the 18th century was a converted pikeman, just as his musket with bayonet was a combination pike and missile weapon. In Central Africa, where there was never a large or effective cavalry, the musketeer was more likely to be a converted skirmisher. Central African musketeers in the 17th century often opened engagements with random fire from covered positions to weaken enemy infantry. Thus, the Stono rebels were not revealing their rude origins when they fought in the way they did. Instead, their tactical behavior was perfectly consistent with tactics of the battlefields of Congo. They withdrew after a brief encounter, relocated, and fought several battles over a protracted period, a pattern typical of Angola. The African military influence on the Stono Rebellion needs more research to solidify this particular perspective, but the evidence so far is pretty compelling. It would be a lot to expect a small group of enslaved Africans to defeat local American militias, but it's interesting to discover that they may have pulled on the experiences and training of their beloved homeland in order to fight for freedom. Well, I'm all out, guys. If you like these videos and want to help in its continued production, consider supporting the home team on patreon.com. The link is in the description box below. Know thyself. Remember your ancestors. Peace. In my personal opinion, the Congo Empire was one of the most powerful military
internet without Israelite haters. I don't think you would come on a panel with me and have a discussion. And if you want to be mad about it, pay attention and learn something. All right. A couple of videos. All right. Can you guys hear me right now? You. Press 1 if you could hear me right now. Press the number 1. 1 if you could hear me. Okay. All right. All right. Let me get this out of the way real quickly. There's a couple of videos I gotta put out. There's some good information that I think is beneficial to the community as a whole. This is for people like from the One West camps. Listen to this right here.
Which means that it's officially Black History Month. Cheers to everyone who's celebrating, and I hope you're celebrating at home wherever you are in the world. Black History Month is a time where we commemorate the stories, the trials, the tribulations, and the triumphs of those who are of African and Caribbean descent in the UK and Ireland. As Ireland becomes increasingly diverse and attracts people from all over the world, it is critical that we pause and reflect on the contributions of some of these communities, such as people of African and Caribbean descent. Therefore, Black History Month and the month of October itself is very important to us in Durham. Not only were we founded in October 2020, but I know it may come to surprise for some of you, but I'm Black. Jokes aside, Durham's DNA and our mission to unify across differences was born out of magnifying and celebrating ethnically diverse voices and their intersections by challenging prejudice through intercultural and interactive engagements. But did you also know that even the name Durham is tied to Black Irish history? On this Black History Month video, we want to share why we picked the word Durham to represent us. Hi, my name is Momobo, founder of Durham and social psychologist. And if you want to learn how to unify across differences, make sure you are subscribing to our channel. So back in the day, before we had the cranberries, or even when Guinness was not in the picture of Ireland, the Irish language struggled with words referring to people who were not racialized as white. For example, you had words such as fardov, which was used to refer a man who had black features, such as black hair or black skin. But when you capitalize fardov, it means something really different, and that is the devil. Unfortunately, this is consistent to how other languages in the past tended to equate dark skin with something dirty or even evil. And like, do I look like the devil? I'm actually an angel sent from the skies above in heaven. However, of course, the Irish scrapped the word fardov to refer to a person of color and introduced the word Dina Gurm. It's a bit odd, because if your Irish is not rusty, and mine is because I did pass in the Leaving Cert, so if you want to triple fact check this video, please comment, tell us if there's any errors. In the Irish language, Dina means person and Gurm means blue, which combined literally means blue person. And yes, Gurm means blue. And now you know why our brand colors are blue and why I literally wear blue to every public occasion. However, what I don't get is why blue skin? If I'm being the devil's advocate here, or Fardov's advocate, it makes sense for movies such as the Oscar-winning movie Moonlight, inspired by the play titled In Moonlight, Black Boys Look Blue, where yes, some skin tones with cool undertones under certain conditions can look bluish. So I can see that for people maybe with deep complexions there, but Dina Gurm can be quite artistic in those levels. However, for generations, the word Dina Gurm has been used to describe people who were not racialized as white or people of color in Ireland. So if you're not white, you're effectively blue. The other option left was Dina Jacha, which means colored person. And that's very much giving South African apartheid, and we are not into that. So the terms we had so far no longer serve the culturally diverse makeup of Ireland in today's world. The best term we had for Black or person of color was Dina Gurm. That was until 2021, when Gaeilgeoir Ola Majegodumi suggested Dina Dada, which literally means person of color, as an alternative. The petition was heard and is now officially included in the National Terminology Database in Ireland. Some of you may think, but why is this important? Well, the devil is in the details. I swear to God, Fardov is after being cemented in my head. Language is how we make sense of the world and how we communicate with each other. It may be verbal, non-verbal, through sign language as well. And that is why this is very important. Our name, Gurm, pays homage to the original meanings of the words Dinagurm by referring to those as non-white or even othered in Irish society. It is a callback to those who were called blue, even if they were not blue. At the same time, it's a way to take the label and bring it into Ireland that is having more nuanced and difficult conversations about topics such as race, ethnicity, and culture. An Ireland that's having dialogue between communities, dialogue that preserves the history, heritage, and language of Ireland, whilst also allowing it to evolve through diverse and current perspectives. And that's why we at GERM are on a mission to unify across differences between the past, the present, and the future, and creating a space to have difficult conversations across lines of difference. We want to address the polarization that is affecting us all. We've come to understand that things are not always black and white, and most of the time, things are GERM. Also, this Black History Month, if you want to hear about Black Irish perspectives or people in Afro-Caribbean backgrounds in Ireland, I suggest you guys get the book Black and Irish: Legends, Trailblazers, and Everyday Heroes from our friends in Black and Irish. They have put a tremendous amount of work in this book, and it's a book that 11-year-old Mamoba would have died for. So please, go get the book. Also, page 103, yay, your girl is in the page. Period.
That was hilarious and that was funny. But I wanted to watch it over because I watched a little bit of it before. So usually when I play a video, it's is to get understanding or listen to it over. Hebrew Israelism is on its deathbed. I'm gonna get into that real soon. And that's the main topic of the discussion. Just some videos I got to get out the way. I got to get the Charleston White out the way. Hey, shout out to Illyria in the building. I think Hebrew Israelism is just misinformation 100%. There's no Israelites today. There's no such thing as an Israelite. And I'm going to deal with the Moors probably next week. There's no such thing as a Moabite. There's no such thing as an Edomite. These are all cultures that have assimilated in the Levantine era. If you look at the first video I played about the DNA, it explains how mixed up of those people are. The Samaritans are probably the closest. And I think the Palestinian Christians are the highest, otherwise moving from the Samaritans. Yeah, Gary Moore, listen, whenever you believe in a book, like I grew up believing in the Bible, so I always want to see myself in the Bible. It is hard to let go of that belief, not the belief in God, but the belief that you are in it. Donald, I don't have a person. Show me somebody in the Hebrew Israelite community that have credentials. If you're worried about credentials, but let's look at it and why is it's on its deathbed. Sicarii, right? I'm gonna show you pure black. Yeah, gorilla really he really put them in a situation that it's hard to have a discussion or defend when you do certain things. But I do want to go to a post on Facebook, and I want everybody to see this post. And this is what people need to understand about Hebrew Israelism, and why I put at the end everybody black. Because for Hebrew Israelism to work, everybody has to be black. And if anybody knows history, everybody on the earth 15, 20,000 years ago was pretty much dark-skinned people. A little bit lighter, but pretty much everybody had a dark brown complexion, or some were lighter, some were a little bit darker, and so forth. Let me see if I could find this post real quick, because this is a very interesting post. And I think people need to see this post because they get an idea of what Hebrew Israelism is and how what the elders did, in my opinion, and why it's a problem. It's a problem for everybody. Hold on a second. The reason we're called Jews. Let me see if I find this post, because I really want people to get an idea of where I'm coming from, so they don't think I'm just making up stuff. Why is it I can't find this post? You know what? Let me look. Let me scroll down and see. Because they have these groups on Facebook, Jews versus Hebrew Israelites, let's debate. And it all boils down to color. You know, what color somebody is, what scheme, and so forth. So people think that because they're brown skinned and they fit the prophecies and all this different stuff, they don't fit anything. It's just all in the minds. But let me do this real quickly too. For those who don't know, IUIC has a new 12 tribe chart. Yes, definitely 81 black boy. I don't, y'all know, fake pro, hey, go Afrocentric. I'm not one of those. Take a look at this. This is IUIC's new book right here. Apollo Pathetics. Apollo Pathetics. And they have a new 12 tribe chart in there. The 12 tribe chart. And by the way, look at this guy, Anglo-Saxon Israel. I want you guys to look at this right here. Norse warriors are brothers, Israelites from Scandinavian kings as they march the street of Yard. There's no such thing as black Norse or black Viking. All right. And there's a reason why I'm showing this post, by the way, and I want y'all to check this out. This is what I want to show y'all. This is the post. This is a gentleman by the name of Anglo-Saxon Israel. And I don't know if you guys know this, but Hebrew Israelites teach that they are the Hebrew Israelites, the people, the original people of England, the Vikings, and all of that stuff is black. All right, now watch this. I'm gonna get into the IUIC chart, new 12 tribe chart in a second, but I just want y'all to look at this post. Now, yes, I talked about the Black Irish, and the word that they use is Dwayne Gorm, which means blue people, because the word in that has Gorm in it in the Ireland for black people would mean devil. So they found a word to call black people, which is blue people. Donald, this doesn't have everything to do with you. All right, let's just relax for a minute. Just relax and listen. All right. Now, I'm going to read this post right here, and I want you guys to pay attention. The history of the lost tribes. The story. Hold on, let me see if I can make this bigger. Is there any way I can make this bigger? The story of the lost tribes of Israel is a fascinating one, tangled in myth, mysticism, and tradition, plus cultural and religious self-interest. 4,000 years ago, Abraham and a small group of Hebrews migrated from southern Iraq to Canaan. This is actually not even true. But anyway, Canaan was located in the same general region as Israel today, but much larger. Several generations later, around 1853, Abraham's grandson Jacob, who was renamed Israel, and his 12 sons and families moved from Canaan to Egypt. All right. So anyway, we get to the whole thing about the Israelites, how the Israelites was formed. No problem with that story and everything. This is where it gets interesting. This is where I think the One West original teachers, I'm talking about One West teachers, the Abba Bivens, the Arya, all these elders that you guys look up to. This is where I think they got all this stuff from. But what they did is change the people from being Europeans and our quote unquote white folks to black people. Watch this. 100 years later, this lost northern kingdom. Remember when the Assyrians came, right? However, 1/12 or more of the world's population, it seems highly unlikely these northerners would actually disappear or get lost or assimilate. The global population is now 75 million. 100 years later, this lost northern kingdom of Israel, with now over 6 million Israelites, helped the Medes and Persians overthrow the Assyrians, then escaped north and west through the Caucasus Mountains and southward around the Black and Caspian Seas to explode into history 610 BC as the Celts. These Celts mixed with each other and with other scattered Israelites called proto-Celts who had escaped from Egypt by sea nearly 1,000 years earlier before the Exodus. They were additional Israelites who migrated from Palestine after the Exodus, but prior to the Assyrian captivity. These combined millions of Celts grew to become tens, then hundreds of millions as they migrated in waves westward and northwest to Galatia, Ephesus, Corinth, Thessalonica, Philippi, Colossae, and to what is today Hallstatt, Austria, and Switzerland, and beyond to develop and totally dominate Northern and Western Europe. Hold on 1 second, family. Hold on there. Hold on there, family. All right. So now, family, these Celts, also known as Angles, Saxons, Jutes, Vandals, Danes, Normans, Cimmerians, Scythians, Gauls, Samaritans, Germany, Goths, Franks, and other assorted barbarians, including the so-called Germanic tribes, are the rootstock of today's Europeans and Americans and became the backbone of global Christianity. Now, the difference now with this Anglo-Israel or British Israelism is that they teach that these people are Europeans and what Americans are, whatever. But they teach that they are actually white folks. In the Hebrew Israelism, they teach that all these Germanic tribes are black folks. And the reason why they say that, I'm going to tell you why they say that. Because of Benjamin Franklin, when he talked about them being swarthy and all that stuff, they used that quote. So Hebrew Israelism is based off of what's not even historical or fact. So all these people, the Angles, the Saxons, the Cimmerian, the Scythians, are supposedly black people. The Germanic tribes, black people. Then they'll quote J.A. Rogers and say, hey, these people are black. So now this is where the issue goes now. Look at this now. So the southern kingdom was made up of Judah, mixture of Levites and Benjamites. It was also known as the kingdom of Judah or house of Judah. Most of these southern Israelites from Judah were taken captive 587 and removed to Babylon. Only 50,000 returned to Palestine 70 years later. Judeans and their offsprings are called Jews. So now when you go to losttribes.net, it documents it so everybody could see it and everything, right? But the truth of the matter is, family, these people, hold on 1 second. Ironically, let me look at my buddy. Ironically, the most enthusiastic proponent of Anglo-Israelism that I knew personally was black. A friend of mine is Herbert. A friend of mine's father was convinced by the works of Herbert Armstrong and old writers that the British and Germanic peoples were the descendants of Israelites. He believed it was patently, obviously biblical. All right, I'm going to show you something right now. And this is not to knock what's his name? Priest Daniela from Lions of Israel. But I want to give you guys context of what these guys do. All right. And what they do is they take that information, mix it with color, and use J.A. Rogers' work to say, hey, what? These people are all black people. So the original British were black. Yeah, I have no problem with that. But they're saying that the British and the history that you hear about the Anglo-Saxons come from, bro. Yeah. All right. So now we're going to take a look from this picture. We're going to move. Come off that page for a minute. Get back to me. All right. And we're gonna get to Priest Daniela. Hold on, let me see if I could find the quote from that brother real quickly. Just to give you guys an example that everybody is black in their eyes. Everybody is black. Hold on, let me see if this is it right here.
Let it roll, get bold. I just can't hold back or fold because I'm a man with soul.
No, that's not it. Let me get to where he's presenting. Hold on 1 second. Because I want you guys to get a feel why I say Hebrew Israelism is dead. I'm gonna show y'all in a minute. So with the people that teach that all these people in the Anglo-Saxon area is black, what they're doing is turning everything into black. This is why it's called Black Hebrew Israelism, because that's what they call it. Black doesn't equal Israelite. You made that up, Donald. You made that up. That's your personal belief. An Israelite can be any color. So let's get to this right here. All right, I'm not even going to get into that. It's right here. If you look at all these people that they're talking about, Anglo-Saxons.
Now you have another very, very famous king of the Anglo-Saxons. As a matter of fact, he is the most famous king of the Anglo-Saxons. This guy's name is Athelstan, okay? Athelstan is the most famous king of the Anglo-Saxons. He was very rich. He had many wives. It was to the point where he thought that he was even greater than Solomon was, the same way that Charlemagne thought he was greater than Solomon was as well. On the left-hand side, you see an image of Athelstan on a stained glass window in a church in England. But on the right-hand side, and I give you the source, the book that I got this from is a book called the Oxford Illustrated History of British Monarchy. On the right-hand side, you also see the image of King Athelstan and Saint Cuthbert. Now let's start on the right-hand side. Look at Saint Cuthbert. Look at his face. Look at his neck. Look at his feet. Look at his hands. That's a black man. And he has an afro. And the same thing goes for Athelstan. Compare his face to Saint Cuthbert's face. Compare Athelstan's face to the white garment that he's wearing. It's clear that he's a black man with an afro. Now again, because they were whitewashing and Renaissance in the pictures, you could clearly see that they was messing with this picture, but it still remains black. They weren't able to completely destroy this. And this is not meant for public consumption. So they put it in historical books. By the way, when you get the cover of Oxford Illustrated A History of British Monarchy, and you can actually Google it yourself when you get a chance, when you get the image, they make sure that black people will never pick that book up and buy it, because the images on the front are all Renaissance images. So a black person will never pick up the book and look through the book. But when you get this book, there's a lot of black icons, statues, coins, and pictures of the British kings and rulers all throughout that book. But you'll never pick it up if you don't research. You look at the cover and be like, that has nothing to do with us. All right, next slide. Now, this is a close-up again of the picture of Athelstan and St. Cuthbert, right? And Athelstan was the greatest Anglo-Saxon king that ever lived. Now, I want to go into a little bit of the etymology of the word Anglo-Saxon, because it is taught in this country that when you hear the word Anglo, it's automatically associated with white people. But that's for people that don't study. The word Anglo actually means angelic. And the word Saxon breaks down to sons of Isaac. Who was the angelic son of Isaac? The angelic son of Isaac was Jacob. Remember, Isaac had two sons, Jacob and Esau. Esau was rejected. Jacob was chosen. So Jacob is the angelic son of Isaac. The original Anglo-Saxons were dispersed Israelites. They were so-called black people. The word Anglo does not mean white. That is a lie. When you get into looking into things like surnames and other things, you're going to find out that that word Anglo-Saxon has nothing to do with white.
All right. So pretty much that's from the Anglo-Israelism or British Israelism in reverse. So this is what the elders are looking at. So they're looking at these images. He talked about Isaac's, Israel, Saxon, and British being men of the covenant. This was from Herbert Armstrong. This is from British Israelism. So what is not Priest Daniela's fault. He's trying to prove what the elders taught because he's a part of a movement. That's like when Malcolm X said he went to Egypt to prove Elijah Muhammad right. Like, duh, like, I mean, what are we doing here? You know what I'm saying? So this whole combination about Isaac means Saxons and all that is garbage from the British Israelism, because guess what? The name Isaac in reality is a Latinized form of the Hebrew name Yitzhak. Just like the guy in Israel named Yitzhak Rabin that was assassinated, the president there, which would be significantly more difficult for Armstrong to twist. So, ladies and gentlemen, Isaac has nothing to do with Saxons, because we're reading a Latinized version of it. And if anybody knows Hebrew or whatever type of Hebrew, it's Yitzhak. That's Isaac's name. But Herbert Armstrong is who the elders, or somebody who followed Herbert Armstrong or British Israelism, is who the elders got it from. And it got passed down to our good brother, Priest Daniel. It's not a knock on him. He's just trying to teach what the elders taught, which was garbage. But he believes in his elders, so he's going to promote what they teach. Now, why I say Hebrew Israelism is on its deathbed, I'm asking the question because once the information that I'm saying today, listen it, research it for yourself. Don't take my word. Another thing is, he's saying that these guys are black men and they have an afro. This is called Class A lookership, right? If you look at this guy here, you see, oh, they're trying to shade them white. Not saying that they shade them black. Why can't it be the other way? The guy's foot is black. I mean, we went over this a couple of years ago. This was just craziness. That's total craziness. These are black men and he had an afro. This is craziness on a whole other level. But I bring this up to show you guys, this is Hebrew Israelism from their perspective, and we're going to deal with it. Now, the gentleman Donald, only connection to the last name Israel. We don't say Israelism. All right. Now, let me say this. Donald, I don't know why you're scared to come on here. You know, Garfield is the coolest dude on YouTube, and anyone could come on my panel. Israel Bound, shout out to Israel Bound. I always come and support Brother Garfield, although he don't agree. The issue is, right? The issue is this, right? We're going to start off with Israelites, period. We're going to have a conversation. Have you ever wondered, right? We're going to talk about the difference between belief and what we actually know, because there's a major difference. If your belief says 2 plus 2 is 5, and in math, 2 plus 2 is 4, who are you rocking with? Are you rocking with because the Bible teaches 2 plus 2 equals 5, or are you rocking with the reality of 2 plus 2 equals 4? This is what it boils down to with a person who has a belief. No one can be an Israelite today. No, absolutely no one can be an ancient Israelite. The ancient Israelites, let me bring up another file. The ancient Israelites, hold on there. Boom, 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 boom. All right, so here we go. Somebody said they want sources. I got y'all friends and family. I got y'all. Somebody said they don't want to look at some face in my polo and my red New Yorker. Shout out to the Knicks last night too, by the way. Y'all lost, but definitely that defense is back. That defense is definitely back. All right. So in 722 BC, right, approximately in the 8th century BC, we find that folks there was no longer in Israel. At that time, you had Moab, which is a real area. The Moabites no longer existed once the Assyrians came into town. The Ammonites no longer existed. The Edomites no longer had a kingdom. As a matter of fact, let me look at it this way. Look at this way. The Israel in the Bible doesn't match the Israel in history. Let me say that again. The Israel in the Bible does not match the Israel in history. Let's take a quick example before I go any further. Let's look at Solomon. And I'm going to tell you again the difference between belief and facts. Garfield believes Solomon existed. I can't prove it. Solomon, and let me just show some geography in a second right here. Let me just show some geography real quickly. If you look at, let me see if I got a map here where I could show you guys real quickly. If you look at Israel, right? This is the Assyrian kingdom. This is where that red thing is. That's where they were located as far as where they were shipped to, right? In Assyria. If you look at this as Israel and all that stuff, the way how Solomon's kingdom is talked about, it is a huge kingdom. Huge kingdom. And I say to myself, so if it's a huge kingdom that everybody could know about, and there's a geography behind that, and we could show and prove this region, why is it that nobody in any culture has documented this gentleman at all? That doesn't prove he doesn't exist, because again, I believe Solomon existed, but I can't prove that he existed. And Solomon had over 700 wives, or 1,000 concubines, or 1,000 wives and 700 concubines, whatever it is. And he only had 3 children, by the way. I don't know with all the women how he only ended up with 3 children, but that's a whole nother conversation for a whole nother time. But think about it for a second, family. You know in the Bible the areas that Solomon observed. And I'm asking everybody who's a believing Israelite, why is it nobody? You know the Moabites had a king who had a similar name as Solomon. They had a king by the name of Solomon too. The Moabites. How do I know that? Because it's actually Salomanu, but the letters are pretty much the same, because in Hebrew they had no vowels. So it's Salomanu in English today, but it's the same letters as Solomon's name. How is it that I could find him, the Moabite king Salomanu? Let me Google it real quickly too, so that people don't think that I'm BSing and show it on the screen, because they're gonna be like, Golfer, you made it up. You made it up. Let's look it up. Let's look up the Moabite king. Moabite king Salomanu. Let's see what pops up. Search instead. Solomon, Moabite king Salomanu. He was rather the Moabite king of exactly the same name. Solomon. Right here. Look at the AI. Look at what AI says. Let's just look at what the AI says, just from a simple Google search. Salomano. See, Solomon would be SLMN, because there's no vowels. So Salomanu, identified as the king of Moab, is mentioned in Assyrian records as a tributary king who paid tribute to Tiglath-Pileser. I'm not saying Solomon is Salomanu is Solomon. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying that I could find a king with a similar name in records from later on after him. But the issue is why we can't find no records of Solomon. I'm trying to say, what's up, brothers? What's up, brother Hassad in the building, man? Peace and love to you, man. What haplogroup would the Canaanites have? The Canaanites, based off the samples that we find of ancient people from the Bronze Age to the end of the Iron Age, which is the Israelite period, they have the J1 or the J2 marker. That's what they would have. And that's what they are found to have had. The samples of the Israelites they found because remember they have certain houses they call Israelite houses. They found samples with people who lived there, and they had the J2 marker. Now, I'm glad you brought that up, because when I go to the IUIC new 12 tribe chart, I don't know if you're familiar with it, Brother Hassad. As a matter of fact, too, if anybody wants to join the panel, oh, see, I'll just ask for the link. Let me put the link in the chat. How music, peace and love to you, by the way, brothers. So, some of the brothers that helped me with my studies in the audience. Mika is my master teacher. Y'all know that already. Hold on, let me actually pin this thing from my phone. Hold on 1 second here. Pin messages. All right. This is a beautiful question. Beautiful question. Look at Brother Hassad. All right. Look at this beautiful question, this brother, a very intelligent brother. I don't know how far the intelligence goes because he's claiming to be an Israelite today, but hey, I think he's a very intelligent brother. All right. Now watch this. Look at this right here. I'm going to go in my Google search again. I'm going to use Google because some people don't like to take people's words. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the search Google page and ask a question. Are Israelites Canaanites? Now look at this. Look at the AI response. Look at the question that the brother asks. Again, so how could you use DNA to establish who's an Israelite if both Canaanites and Jews both have J1, J2? And by the way, too, I don't believe anybody can be an Israelite today. The Israelites were destroyed as a culture, as a nation in the 8th century BC. It's gone. Just like the Moabites. The writers of the Bible, my brother Hassad, and to those who believe in Hebrew Israelism and can't let this spell go. The writers are writing history saying it's a memory of Israel. That's the Israel they want you to remember. The one that they put in the writing. It don't necessarily have to be true because it's a theological, political writing. It served a purpose. It is to tell the masses in the 2nd century BC. This is why most writings of the Bible that we find, we only find manuscripts that the Dead Sea Scrolls and other Greek writings from the 2nd century, because that's when the autonomous nation of Judah existed in the boundaries of Israel. They were independently autonomous. So that's when the rewriting and a lot of rewritings occurred to tell about a memory of Israel, of how they went against the laws and statutes and commandments. And by the way, too, they weren't living by the laws, statutes, and commandments before the Babylonian exile. There was no codified Torah. There was a priesthood, and of course they had general laws, but the laws that we see in today's Bible is after the exile. And I think a lot of people don't understand that. So when you say that you're a lost tribe of Israel, they wouldn't know the law, statutes, and commandments because they did not exist at the time. Bring any scholar and tell them to show and prove that they can't do it. So to answer your question now, because I want to stay on topic, watch this, family. So how could you use DNA to establish who's an Israelite if both Canaanite and Jews both have J1 or J2? Watch this. If the only reason why I bring up DNA most of the times, because Israelites talk about going by who the father is. So what happened is in the Majorcan map, hold on. I got to bring this out right now real quickly to answer your question so that I could give you a full, so you could go back and study this yourself. Don't take Garfield's word for it. There is a map, and I'm going to show you the map right now on the screen. Everything I say, I want to give a source to it so that people could go back and study and see for themselves. And those and say, Garfield and BS, man, that brother going to show you the source so you could go back and study. I want to be that guy. That used to be Rawborn. So I'm Rawborn reincarnated. Rawborn says something, he has to show the source for it. Or we say, we don't believe you. We don't believe you. All right, so here we go. I want to show you this map real quickly here. This map is called by the Kreskes family, a Jewish family, or from the Balearic Islands. Balearic Islands. Let me say it again. This is called the Catalan Atlas. If you look at the bottom here, you see Mansa Musa, right? With the gold in his hand. This documents every Jewish merchant community or Jewish communities all over the world, right? Shout out to all the speakers in the building. Brother. So now, when you look at the map, my brother, the Catalan Atlas, it is telling you exactly where the Jewish communities are. And what happened is they live what's called an endogamous lifestyle. That means they sleep and have sex with people within their communities so that they carry the traditions and their genealogy the whole time. So what happened is these communities, when we test the Mizrahi community, which include the Syrians, the Levantine people, the Maghrebi Jews, the Babylonian Jews, the Persian Jews, we see a commonality in genetics because they live an endogenous lifestyle. They're observing Sabbath. They're living by certain laws in the Torah. So we see that. So this map documents where they are in the world. So when somebody, this is Mansa Musa on the map, by the way, and see, just to prove it, this is what it says. The Lord, this black Lord is called Musa Meli, which is really Mansa Musa, is the sovereign of the land of the Negroes of Geneva. So the Jews are documenting, this is one of the reasons why they came to West Africa, because they wanted to know where the gold came from. But to answer your question now, to show you why genetics is important and we could use it, if you watch the original video at the beginning of the thing, look at this answer that ChatGPT gives. Are Israelites Canaanites? Look at the answer, what they give you on ChatGPT, right? And they lead you to a Wikipedia article which give you sources on what it's actually saying. Look at what it says. While the Israelites and Canaanites lived in the same region, modern scholarship suggests that the Israelites emerged from groups of indigenous Canaanites and other peoples rather than being a completely separate group, though they did eventually develop a distinct cultural and religious practices. So now, when you see, and the Canaanite term is very vague, but I do want to point out to you, my brother Assad, beautiful question, by the way. The J marker, if you look at the community in Babylon, which has been there over 2,500 years before they went back on the Operation Nehemiah and Ezra, they were living in an endogamous lifestyle the whole time period, sleeping with people within the communities the entire time they were in Babylon, from Nebuchadnezzar's time period. So I don't call those people Israelites. I call them Judeans, because the Israelites died out. That system of Israel is done away with. No one can be an Israelite. This is why even modern day Orthodox Jews or rabbinical Jews, they don't claim to be Israelites. They claim to be Jews, because we all fall under the banner of Judaism, Second Temple Judaism. There's no pre-Babylonian exile Judaism. It didn't exist because the Elephantine Island group proved that by them actually showing what they believed in the writings at that time period, and how they broke the law. They didn't follow the laws. If you look at the Israelite origins in my slides right now, you'll see that the number of sites in the Canaanite hills didn't exist in the late Bronze Age, 29. But all of a sudden, as it builds up to what you call it, over 200 sites got built up. What's up, brother?
What's up? No, I said Iron Age. You said the Western calls the Iron Age.
Hold on 1 second. Let me just show him this picture right here, just to show him that the Israelites right here just popped up. New 254 around 1150 BC. What the Israelites did was they said, we don't want to be the Canaanites. That's why in Leviticus you say, don't cut your beard, don't shave your beard like the Canaanites. Not that you can't shave your beard. If you're gonna have a beard, don't cut it the way how the Canaanites do it. We don't want to do nothing like the Canaanites or the Egyptians. So that's what it says in Leviticus. They want to separate themselves from being Canaanites.
You can hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, my brother.
You can hear me? How you doing, Garfield?
I'm doing good.
So, did I cut you off?
No. Go ahead. I could finish my point, but go ahead.
No, finish your point. And I'm gonna add
I just wanted to let the brother know the reason why the J marker is just like with the lemba. The reason why they're saying the lemba is connected is because they had an oral tradition that they come from. They're Jews or Israelites, and they happened 50% of the lemba that they tested had the J marker. That's when they said officially now these dudes is Jews. They're not using the E marker, they're using the J marker. And by the way, anybody that's going to comment, just remember, anybody that don't believe in the Bible, let's be respectful, because not everybody's on the same level. I used to be a Bible thumper. Ain't nobody was pushing Bible. I was in college pulling up Bible verses. So some people are on different levels. What I'm saying is you can't be an Israelite, because just like the Moors, my brother Tarka be teaching that Noble Joeli said that the Moors are from the Moabites. You can't be a Moabite either. You can't be any people from back then. Those people have assimilated. As a matter of fact, Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, Israelites, all assimilated along with other Arab nations, because Tiglath-Pileser shipped out the Israelites and brought Arabs in. So maybe that's why you have an Ishmaelite tradition, because you have Arabs trying to say, hey, we're part of you. But those people develop a tradition with that. The brother said, Ryan Harris, peace and love you. So wait, they have ancient Israelite bodies. According to science, they found in the housing, specific housing, the 4-room housing that Israelites lived in, a specific type of building structure. They found bodies there and they tested them. When they tested them, they came up with, I think, J2. So those bodies are people who lived in the northern parts of Israel in the pre-exilic time period. So they tested their bodies and they came back as J2. Does that mean all Israelites are J2? No. But it's in line with the Canaanite bodies that they found, who were J1 and J2. So it lines
Garfield.
up. Yeah, go ahead,
Oh,
Israel.
I'm next. Don't cut in. I'm next.
Yeah.
No, sir.
So to answer my brother's question, the Israelites are considered an offshoot of Canaanites. That doesn't add up. This is why I said earlier, history and the Bible, Israelites don't match. This is why there's a problem. And I gave the example of Solomon. Garfield, this is Garfield talking in real time, 2025. I believe, listen to what I'm saying carefully. I believe Solomon is a historical person, but I can't prove it. There's no evidence Solomon existed. There's absolutely, you can't find, a matter of fact, you can't even date when the first temple existed, because we can't even, that's a whole other storyline. So Solomon, we can't prove Solomon existed in real history. But in the Bible, the dude controlled the whole Levant and had over 1,000 wives and 700 concubines, bruh. And nobody knew this dude. And we know, not bashing women, y'all do talk. Let's keep it real. If I got 1,000 wives, I'm gonna be the most well-known dude. And some of those wives must have been because of relationships with other nations. And no nation knows you. But I could find in the Moabite culture that they had a guy with a similar name, Salamanu. Same name, like Solomon, without the vowels. Come on, we got to be realistic. But
all right, let me make my point.
Go ahead, Brother Hunk. I'm gonna mute.
So,
Go ahead.
all right. So the point I want to make is, when you're talking about the Israelites making stipulations like don't eat pork, don't cut your beard this way, it's because they're trying to show a clear separation when there really wasn't any separation. So, for example, if you look at the Roman Empire, they went into Germania. They fought the Germanic tribes, okay, and like the Brits in Britannica, okay, the Franks, the Visigoths, the Rus, which is the Russians, right? The Franks are the French, right? So they didn't know that through humanity they was connected, that they would share huddle groups. There wasn't no science on that. They didn't know that. They was looking at different cultures. So they was fighting against cultures, right? That's an example for looking at the Canaanites, the base population, right? So if you Canaanites, you're a clan, a tribe, different tribes, and different tribes break away, and then they'll use religious treaties, different morality codes, different dress, okay, to actually separate themselves from the other clans and become a clan unto itself that would later on produce what we call Judaism. So Garfield is absolutely right. We're looking at it wrong, okay? Through anthropological studies, we understand that the Canaanite, the groups that would later on be called the Canaanites, Asiatics, okay, they predate Judea, all right? Those religions predate that. So Israelites, based off the scientific studies of anthropology, are actually breakaway Canaanites, right? That's why they would share the same types of biology. You also find fragments of that biology in the Nile Valley. It just would make sense towards the Mediterranean, right? So the study of anthropology is very, very important, bro. So I appreciate you bringing it out. And yes, so at the end of the day, an Israelite. They have their own custom, their own tradition, their own religion, but their biology, right, is fixed in that particular region, that particular area, which they share with people in that area. So I think that's important. You got to separate the biology from the culture. Same with the Egyptians. Same with the same thing. All right.
Hey,
So
Israel
Garfield,
Bomb,
I sent you a video too, Garfield. I
you
sent you a
send it
video.
on Facebook?
Oh shit. I don't. It
The
might
e-
be.
you
Yeah.
talking
I
about the
thought.
email? You talking about the
Huh?
email? For those who don't know, we got who we got coming up, bro. Let's say it real quick.
Cater. Shamaka Cater.
Jamaica Cater, one of the greatest African Americans, biologists or geneticists or whatever he is.
Bioanthropologist. He's a bioanthropologist. He's also a medical doctor. Medical doctor.
All right. Now watch this right here. Before we get into that, I'm gonna get that video. I'm gonna go to my email and bring that video.
Hold up. Can I make this short point real quick, man? I don't want to be long at all.
Go ahead, beloved.
I just want to make 2 points real quick. The first point that I would like for you to demonstrate and validate where the 722 BC event that you referenced with the Assyrians caused the total annihilation of the northern tribes of Israel. Go ahead.
Okay. Now,
well, hold up. Add that to the fact that we do see first century Bible writers after the apostles referring to the 12 tribes of Israel. In the Bible, James and others refer to the 12 tribes of Israel. So none of these people seem to have the understanding that the northern kingdom of Israel was no longer in existence.
Okay. First of all, do you have a king of Israel after the Assyrians came in? Let me answer that first.
Listen, Garfield, you
ask you that first question.
Can you answer my question? I just asked you a question, Garfield.
I'm gonna answer your question. I want to ask you one.
It doesn't require me to answer a question for you to answer a question, Garfield.
Israel bound. That's
yes,
fine.
sir.
You know what? You're right. Because if I ask you a question, you send back a question, I would have said that, hey, you can't answer my question.
Exactly.
So you know what? I stand corrected and I'm gonna follow my own rules. All right, just to be fair. Now, I think there's a misunderstanding. After Israel, after the Assyrians took over Moab, the era of Moab, did Moab ever have another king and call it the kingdom of Moab? No. Hold on. Let me finish. When they took over Ammon or Ekron or all those eras that used to pay them money as vassal kingdoms, they never called themselves. They put in place their own king and called it whatever. And from then, you have not heard about the Moabites, the Ammonites, I won't say Edomites. You haven't heard from, there's no king of Israel after Hosea. So ladies and gentlemen, when I say there's no longer Israel, there's no longer a nation of Israel with an ethnicity saying, hey, I'm Israel. The only spin you have on that is a theological, political writing, which is what the Old Testament, how it was formed. So no one, I'm going to say this again, there's no one that could claim an Israel because Israel was finished as a nation, around 722 BCE. As far as they never existed as a people, this is the basis of the biblical text. Those people that were shipped out, coming back, and they're lost. This is where you have the lost tribes of Israel argument.
That's a myth. That's a myth. There are no lost tribes of Israel.
Israel, hold on. Let me first finish my point.
Go ahead.
We don't do that. You know, I'll let you talk. What I'm saying, just to be clear, there is no kingdom of Israel after the Assyrians took it over. What the writers are doing and rewriting the text. Shout out to Man Halal, by the way, in the building. What they're doing is trying to write about a memory of an Israel. And the memory of Israel is you need to worship the Most High God alone. And if you don't follow these laws, statutes, and commandments laid out in Deuteronomy, Numbers, or in Leviticus, the things that happened to you before is going to happen to you again. It's a call for this cultural environment to live by a certain laws. Now, Does the storylines in the Bible have to be true for them to make a statement in their theological, political writing? No. So we arguing 2,000 years later or 2,500 years later is really irrelevant, because they are not writing the book for you to say, hey, what, I'm Israel and we need to come back home. They're writing the book for that cultural environment that they're in at the time. So this is why when we have an argument, bro, we say, oh, what happened with the 10 tribes? Or what happened with Solomon? What happened with David? Why we can't find no documents of them? Why Herodotus doesn't mention this great Israelite kingdom that controlled the whole Levant and had all people paying? Solomon had in these 700. Why they don't mention these great kings, but they mention every great king that surrounds them, that even was within the culture of them? Why is Herodotus, who's one of the greatest historians, although he be BSing sometimes, don't know them? Because, bro, these are people that storyline is written about in the book. It don't necessarily have to be true. So when we argue, you see, that's your Israel bound's belief system. I'm not telling you to change your belief system. I'm just telling you it don't make no sense. So when I say what happened to the 10 tribes, nobody teaches the way I teach when it comes to the 10 tribes as far as within the community, because I tell the truth. This is what we find. We find that the military is the most numbers out of that 40,000 that was shipped into Assyrian exile or into that community joined the army of the Assyrians. So when you have the Assyrians joining the army, they now go wherever the Assyrians send them to go. So now we have them being chariot drivers, cohort commanders. We have them being archers. We have them being all these wonderful things. We have them being chief of accounts. So you're telling me that an Israelite who is a slave is a chief of accounts in a big city in Gazan? Are you telling me public works? Hold on. So when all these people go to, I mean, me and you're not going to argue about the 10 tribes because we know it's a myth. But we also understand that when they went to Assyria, it's basically to build up the Assyrian culture. They're building up their empire and they're building up their home. Because once the Israelites got there, the buildings, the public works, chief of public works, yada yada, they started building up mad buildings. They started building up chief of accounts. They started checking out the monies for them. They had their own slaves. They even testified in court. They was doing all type of stuff. So we know what they were doing there in Assyria. They weren't prepping to run to some other area to go to some Arzareth, as Second Ezra says. So when I say there's no longer an Israel, there's no longer an Israelite kingdom going under the name Israel. So you don't find that.
Garfield, the Bible literally says that the nation of Israel that you're speaking of would no longer be in existence. So your argument is non-topical. Like we all agree to that. That's not even an argument. Hold up. Let me finish, Garfield, because listen to me. You're making an argument that is so nonsensical based on the text of the Bible, because the Bible said that he would utterly take the northern kingdom away, but he would not destroy them as a people, but the northern kingdom of Israel as a nation would no longer be in existence. So what you're doing is just proving the truth of the Bible, actually. And then what you're doing is then missing what the Bible says happens after that these people were not destroyed, they didn't disappear, and they're not lost. They were scattered to the four corners of the earth, right? And the New Testament writers speak about these Israelites. In fact, and I'm gonna land my plane here and I'm gonna back out and y'all can finish it out however y'all want to. But in the text of the Old Testament, it tells you that right before the Assyrian captivity, right during the time of the Assyrian captivity, and after the times of the Assyrian captivity, that Israelites from the northern kingdom migrated to the southern kingdom for want to keep the laws that the northern kingdom were typically not keeping. So all of that dispels the myth that the 10 tribes were lost. They were never lost.
Okay.
Right? So with that, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hey,
Go ahead.
Garfield, look, I'm out of here, bro. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for promoting that for me, bro. I sent the video to your email, man. I got a coach. You know,
I got you, my brother. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just make something clear. The identity of a special Israelite group is writing based off of memory. This is why you have writings that say certain things. It don't have to be true. What we're doing is taking things literal based off of a writing that didn't serve the purpose what you're using it for today. For example, Jeremiah and Ezekiel wrote about Nebuchadnezzar conquering Egypt as a prophecy. It never came true. Whoever wrote it thought that Nebuchadnezzar destroyed it, but it was actually a Persian king, Cyrus's son, Cambyses II, that destroyed it. But the person made an error who is writing retroactively to put that prophecy in Jeremiah's mouth and Ezekiel's mouth and so forth. So when you look at a textual analysis, you're like, why did the prophet get it wrong? Because the prophet's supposed to get it right. So and in that case, if I could show and prove that the prophet got it wrong, we need to throw out Jeremiah, forget about the old covenant, new covenant argument, throw out Ezekiel, all the stuff he talk about the dry bones, throw it all out because it's a false prophecy in the book. But if you don't understand the text that you're reading, your interpretation is always going to be false. The brother just made a great point. He said, Garfield, you're proving the Bible right. Okay, fine. I am saying to you, no one can be an Israelite today. This is why history plays the major role in understanding the text. You have to put the text at the same time and align it with history and ask yourself, why would Jeremiah write that Nebuchadnezzar is going to destroy Egypt and prophesy it, and Ezekiel, and why would Isaiah and Daniel have false prophecies? The reason is you have writings and rewritings of the biblical text. I'm not saying Isaiah never existed. I'm not saying that Jeremiah never existed. I'm not playing that conscious community Afrocentric game. This is why it's hard to have a dialogue with me, because I don't have the same reasoning as those people. I am saying to you guys, those Israelites that were living there, even under Hezekiah when it became Judah, right, at the time when he ruled Judah, you have to understand Israel is pushed forward in the doctrine because, you remember, Judah replaced Israel because the priesthood from the northern tribes, a lot of them went to the southern tribe where Judah is. So Judah became a larger, or the number one tribe, because they all lived in Judah. So they had to rewrite the storylines from a Judean perspective. So this is why there's confusion. You don't have no, and then when they took over all over during the Hasmonean time period, when they took over all of that area where Israel was, they never call it Israel. They call it Judah. They stopped using the term Israel. They're not considering themselves Israelites. So for us
I
now,
agree.
So now for us now to descend, to say that we descend from these Israelites, you would have to show over the last 2,800 years how you got to West Africa and how you got from, I'm not worried about the slave trade. And you as a Jew, you're saying that you fit the profile or fit the curses when the curses have nothing to do with us. And then we're misinterpreting this whole thing about the four corners of the earth, the four worlds, where that was an idiom using Akkadian, old Babylonian society, and the writers of the Bible basically use it because, remember, they were in Babylon at one point. So they took on the months, the calendar that they have was the Babylonian calendar. They took on the names of the Babylonian calendar. We got a name of the month called Tammuz. Why we have a name of the month Tammuz? Because you're taking on the Babylonian ways, the culture, the 70 years of Marduk. All these different terminologies that they use in the Bible stem from them being influenced by Babylonian culture, Persian culture, Assyrian, Egyptian, and all these different cultures, and they just warp all of them together. So this is why you're going to find contradictions, and this is why you're going to find false prophecies, because people are rewriting history. If Jeremiah was right with the prophecy of Nebuchadnezzar, I could say, you know what, let's keep Jeremiah in the Bible. If Ezekiel was right, I would say let's keep him. If Daniel, as a matter of fact, we have Daniel is trying to make prophecy come true with the whole Darius the Mede thing. So they are the writings, they are legitimate writings in the Bible. I am not disputing that. But we can't claim to be an identity, which is basically a theological identity, because half the stories, or 90% of the stories in the Bible, do not connect to a reality. And that's the problem. So when you talk about the four corners of the earth, and we have this conversation all the time, Israel Bound, I bring up the Wikipedia article showing how Sargon was called, he ruled the four corners of the world and all that stuff. It don't mean literally the whole entire earth. And once you get that, because you have to believe that to see that you're in America and it fits you. So people like
Hold up, no, I think no, we agreed on that, Garfield. Like I don't argue that point. I at that time, I don't agree that what they consider to be the expanse of the entire world is what we know it to be today. I agree with that.
Right. All right, let me go to Jeremiah 43 real quickly. The brother just brought up a point, and I just want to make it clear that I'm not even going to argue, and I'm sure my brother from Ramgal Gadal is going to agree with me once I do this little quick breakdown for those who don't understand. He said, and if you look at the he said it's talking about the Battle of Carchemish. That's in Jeremiah 42 or 43.
That ain't true. That ain't true.
Yeah.
That ain't true. I'll tell you that right now.
Thank you, brother. Because if you go to verse 9, it says, verse 10, it says, and say unto them, thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, behold, I will send and take Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, my servant, and will set his throne upon these stones that I have hid, and he shall spread his royal pavilion over them. And when he cometh, he shall smite the what? The land of Egypt. That kills your whole argument. He's in the land of Egypt. And what he's going to do, he's going to kindle a fire in the houses of the gods of Egypt, so the temples, and he shall burn them. So he's talking about literal in Egypt, not Carchemish, brother. Just to let you know. Let me see if you're willing to admit that in the audience and take correction. Garfield is being pseudo. See? Thank you, Israel Bound. See, I got an Israelite that supports what I'm saying and respects where I'm coming from. All I am saying is that the reason why Israelism is on his deathbed, because you have no way of saying you here in the West are connected to ancient Israelites. You can't say that the West African Jews, and if you notice something, I'm going to teach you something that I've never taught before. The Berber Jews have a history in the Arabic writings. These are Berber Jews. Berber Jews are converts. This is why when you read about them in Africa, in West Africa, they're doing some wild-ass traditions and don't do nothing that's Jewish. They're Jewish by conversion, not by faith. By conversion through faith, but not in reality. He said that's an anachronism. What's an anachronism? What's an anachronism? The prophecy? How could a prophecy be an anachronism? The prophecy is wrong. Hey, by the way, Israel Bound, do you know who Berosus is?
I'm sorry?
Do you know who Berosus is?
Berosus. It don't ring a bell.
Berosus and Manetho were Greek writers, right, in the 3rd century. Berosus wrote the same thing that Jeremiah wrote. He said Nebuchadnezzar destroyed Egypt. So it was a tradition that he found out through the same source, because Russell Gmerkin wrote that Berosus and what influence did Berosus have on Jeremiah? You see where I talk about the rewriting of the stories? Because he wrote that Nebuchadnezzar conquered Egypt. So whoever wrote Jeremiah or rewrote it later on added that in the mix, because they know somebody destroyed Egypt and Nebuchadnezzar was the most popular Babylonian king. So they added that to the biblical text. So it could be in the sense that it's a prophecy. It's a prophecy, but they're rewriting, but it's wrong. But if the prophet got something wrong, you got to throw the prophet out, according to Deuteronomy 18 to 22. And the same thing for Ezekiel.
But so I would say to that we don't know what happened one way or the other. And it's not my job to even really figure that out. What I'm saying is that when it comes to the topic at hand, right? Because we kind of shifted gears here. I don't think that, although I share the same sentiment with you in that, okay, what does this mean? What happened here? Right? But coming from a different perspective, I'm not going to throw away the text based on something that I find to be a misinterpretation or not a misinterpretation, but a contradiction in the text that could mean something other than what I know it to be, right? I don't know what happened, but all I know is that the book itself outside of those things represents righteousness. It represents brotherhood.
In a lot of sense, and I don't want to take away from that. I really don't. And the fact is, as I tell everybody else, if what we're doing is, and the reason why I brought up, I'm gonna get to more of his Hebrewism on his deathbed in a minute with the whole Sicarii thing, right? It seems like everybody wants to be a leader. Malhalab, I think he had a little thing. I don't know what's going on with him. I'm not friends with him on Facebook. He got to send me a friend request. It's Garfield Reed on Facebook. I don't know. I always tease people and say I'm gonna join his camp. I don't know if he's starting a camp, but if I'm you, brother, I wouldn't start a camp. I think what happened is when people break away, all of a sudden this guy is on Instagram. Let me bring up Instagram real quick. I'll say Instagram. You just left. You just left. Gorilla Hebrew. 2 minutes, and all of a sudden now you
he said 2 minutes.
2 minutes, and all of a sudden you have your own camp with Hassad and what's his name? I think. Hold on a second. Let me get this code right here real quick from my email.
Hassad and the brother Hakah.
Yeah, Hakah. You see, the thing is, Sicarii gotta come all the way down. You gotta destroy Sicarii completely and rebuild it. I'm gonna tell you why I said that.
Oh, they on the first floor, heading the ground level.
Yeah, the reason is, and I'm gonna say this to Gorilla Hebrew because I have a texting relationship with the brother, right? Where I could text him and he'll respond and so forth. And I'm gonna say this with love. If you're running I think people are pretending to be Israelites, by the way. That's my whole premise. I think the whole movement is just not real. I don't think we're Israelites. I think some of us have connections to more of like a Sephardic type of connection. I see that more than actual from the transatlantic slave trade. All right. I'm gonna get to that in a second. But I want to show something. The reason Sicarii has to be, and Ariella, you got to go back home. Hakah, you got to go back home. Asadi, I got to go back home. Y'all still got love for Gorilla Hebrew. What y'all hate is the act of the sexual deviancy and you being attached to an organization that would have a guy as its leader who would do such things. That's what you're ashamed of. I don't know, and I can't say Hakah knew, and I can't say anybody knew in advance, but I have my own little suspicions that these brothers knew something before. I have my own suspicions. I think they knew of other things. You know, and hey, Yanazar, Yahawada, peace and love to you, bro. Thanks for joining. And we gonna get to that in a second, right? But what I want to say is you see with the Nation of Islam, right? They are predicting that Minister Farrakhan is going to die. He's going to die. He's a human being. He's not going to live forever. So what they did, I think back in 2002, they set up what's called committees, where these committees set up one for finance, one for jurisprudence, one for this, that, one for promotions, one for this. These different committees, and these people make these decisions. And what happened is, as far as I know, I think Gorilla Hebrew started Sicarii, right? He's one of the founding members or whatever, right? He founded the camp. So it's hard. It's like he's like the Farrakhan for Sicarii. And if I'm wrong, you guys could correct me, all right? Because I'm not too into the business of the internal stuff with the camps. And what happened is, if Farrakhan is wrong, people might leave the movement. But what they've done is set up committees. So when he passed and gone, or even now, if there's a decision has to be made for somebody in leadership to be put down or pulled down in rank, these committees are set in place. So what Sicarii has to do is it has to totally be destroyed. Gorilla Hebrew needs to get off social media and he needs to be banned for 90 days. And this committee, he needs to form a committee and say, listen, whatever you guys want me to say, I do. Boom, 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 boom. But it's hard when you start an organization and all of a sudden you can't be the leader of the organization that you started. So it's hard. How humble can he be to take the advice of the leadership or the committees that he set up? Now, watch this now. This is what he has to do. He has to take the suspension, whatever they decide for him. Captain Tamazar and all these brothers. So this is what Ariella should have did. If he went to the brothers and said, hey, I'm going to do this at X, Y, and Z, he has to set up a committee. He has to rebuild Sicarii's structural management and leadership from the scratch, from the ground. in that, because what's going to happen is that everybody's going to say, oh, you're part of that gay camp? So now they call it Sicarii. I see it on Facebook. I'm not calling it that. They're calling it a homosexual camp. Oh, you were part of that leader that does that freaky deaky stuff? That's what you're known for now. And then on top of it, some of these dudes, they like Sicarii anyway from the jump. And as I said on Clubhouse 2 nights ago, Israelites don't like Israelites. They act like we doing it for, they don't like each other. They don't like, especially ISUPK. They don't like ISUPK. Because ISUPK, like to say, all the camps, we don't affiliated with them. So they hate when they say that. So all these camps, any chance they get to go at Captain Tazariak, if Captain Tazariak even piss lean in the toilet bowl, they're going to find a reason to say, hey, that's against the law. You're doing wrong. They're going to find something against Captain Tazariak. Because they don't like ISUPK. Some of these Israelite camps don't like each other, but they don't act like, then they act like they're a brotherhood. You're not a brotherhood. You're fronting. They fronting. So I'm saying to Sicarii, you have to go back all the way down and rebuild structurally. The brother said, these guys are just like the churches. They came from no different. Fully accepted with Sicarii ever again. No man. Hey, you know what? That's not my business. It's not my business to say it, but I'm just giving me from a perspective. I was a part of a group that had a structure. I remember, and I know what it is to report to a lieutenant, to report to a captain. I know what it is to have a structure. But you definitely gotta squash everything down. Send out a mass text. You know, when I was on, shout out to Sonetta, by the way, let me just say this real quick. I got to say this, a positive thing about Brother Sonetta. When I was on Sonetta, right, I used to work at a radio station called 93.5 FM. They sold it recently, right, for over 15 years. So I used to do credit advertising and all that stuff. And while I was on the radio station, they taught me how to maximize your clientele. Never a call, every call is a customer. And ladies and gentlemen, I recorded every phone number that ever called my hotline, my 1-800 number. So when it ended up that I helped over 14,000 people in the community, whether they're part of the conscious community or not. So what happened is sometimes, I mean, it would cost me over $500 a month to use the program where I could do mass texts, send over different texts. I could text those 14,000 people every time I want. So if I wanted this video to blow up, I would just do like a mass text. I could just go sign in, boom, 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 pay the $500, whatever. And for the next 30 days, I could send out texts. And what happened is, family, you in Sicarii, I hope you have a system where you're recording people's phone numbers so you could just send out a mass text. Hey, I am Gorilla Hebrew, also known as Alazar Banwala, or whatever your name is. No knock. I am stepping down. It's not my business that you're stepping down. It's not any other camp's business. It is Sicarii's business. Ariella, you should be there right now in that camp, rebuilding it, if that, and whatever. And by the way, too, one thing I didn't like what happened is that because I have a secret for you, and it's Sicarii business, I kept it secret and private, which is what Gorilla did. And he had to let out secrets that he kept within his Sicarii movement. He had to let it out about the brother Haka or whatever. But Sicarii needs to form committees for discipline and for proper leadership. And they'll set up different committees. You have the treasury department, you got the promotional department, you got the department that deals with anything that goes wrong in the community. You need to set that up and have a structure that doesn't be a respecter of persons. That's what you got to do. So Sicarii, all of y'all, Hassad and Haka and whatever, y'all need to rebuild and call it no longer Sicarii, the new Sicarii. So we are new. We are no longer the old Sicarii. We're no longer the perverted version of what Yah said we should live by. We are the new Sicarii. Change it up. You need somebody to teach you about marketing, how to push marketing and so forth, so that you don't lose memberships over this, bro. That's if you're taking my advice. You don't have to. All right. I just want to point that out. Israel Bone, I don't know if you want to add on that.
Yeah, I would say that to your point about Israelites not liking each other, or ISUPK, for instance, when you said the no affiliation or whatever, right? Like in a situation like this, you know, that's a good thing, because You don't know what another camp or another sect of Israelites believe, teach, or are putting out to the communities. So therefore, you can't affiliate yourself with something, because guess what? If you do, when they go out and commit one of these type of acts, you're still affiliated. So until some different partitions and boundaries get broken down, and these lines can be crossed with leaderships in the camps, to where they can have dialogue about um, brotherhood, and possibly taking the Israelite movement to another level, then that's what it is. Like, I don't think separation is necessarily a bad thing, because in the Bible, when it says that, say for instance, somebody committed some evil act, the Bible says stone him, get him out of here. And then it gives you a follow-up phrase that says, thus shalt thou put evil away from you, right? Get it away from you. Don't even be a part of it. It says that if you see swine being cooked in a certain vessel, like a pot or a pan, hey, throw it away. Don't even use that no more. So these examples go further than just, what they implicate in the writings that we read. And I think that's why ISUPK, even IUIC, take that, probably Genesis as well. You know what I'm saying? They couldn't feel, I mean, I'm just, going to try to put myself in their position and say that, hey, why would I want to start a new Sicarii when this has been tarnished? This and to their defense, they left well before any of this stuff took place, right? So, to me, if you see a house smoking in the back, hey, go out the front door, let it burn.
Hey, let me just close out this conversation with the brother Ariella. They said he did a
All
response,
right,
right? But watch this right here.
they said he did a response, you said?
He did a response. I'm not even interested. They had a whole thing on it on Clubhouse, and sister, shout out to Mama Steph and the whole Grand Rising crew over there at Clubhouse, which is the best. By the way, if you go on Clubhouse, join Grand Rising. That's the only group that deals with knowledge and try to get to the bottom line and do proper research. There's a couple of you're gonna see Captain Tazarak in there, you're gonna see Captain Kataza, you're gonna see me, you're gonna see Yoshi, you're gonna see Gadal, you're gonna see all these brothers. Captain Kataza, I'm gonna get to him right after this too. Let me just show you this. This is Ariella on Instagram. I want y'all to take a look at this. Look at this right here. Hold on a second. Let me do this. This is him outside the House of Bread inaugural camp. Now, where these brothers around him come from? It's that quick. So y'all joined his camp already? And he got signs outside and all that stuff? No, you're telling me, how are you setting up a camp, doing Passover and all this stuff already? It's like you was out the door before you... Listen, family. I'm going to say this, man. All these camp stuff, and then everybody is right. This brother now, Yanazar Yahweh, let me just respond to this before I forget. Unfortunately, you're incorrect. Jerusalem was destroyed in 70 AD. Body bag. What's the body bag? What's the body bag, my brother? What's the body bag? And I bet you won't click the link. Israel Bound is a real man. He comes on here and says, Garfield, you're wrong, you're right, you're that. He's honest. He's not trying to start no camp either. The Israel Bound camp. We gonna start the Israel Bound camp. Israel Bound.
Nah, I link with my brothers, man. Like, I done learned from all these communities, bro. Brother Hassad, I think that brother got a lot of good information and a good method of dealing with people.
He's top 5, maybe at the most top 10 best Israelites in the game. As far as
I'm saying, as far I don't look at it just as the information that you have or possess. Just like the brother Divine Prospect, who me and him go back, you know what I'm saying? He came down to Kansas City some years ago with us. We had a bunch of Israelite brothers come down from different camps, and we kicked it, we hung out. and Divine was one of those brothers. But just the presentation, how you present information, the patience for people that you present it to, all of those things matter as far as I'm concerned when you call yourself a teacher. You know what I'm saying? And I can jump off the gun real quick. So I know I'm not ready to teach people like that, right? Because I got a hot snap in me that I'm trying to work on, that I have not conquered yet. You know, I'm working on it, but you know what I'm saying? I respect brothers that's able to, you know what I'm saying, conquer that devil, you know?
Right. Hey, shout out to, I see my brother Law in the building, man. Brother Law, I want to say this to you, brother. This post I'm about to do is for you, my brother. Just to let you know, the Jamaicans rock with the Muslims all day, man. We in the grill doing Ramadan, brother. Ramadan in the grill, bro. Look at that. Woo! Call to arms, baby. In Jamaica in the grill, we're celebrating Ramadan. Ramadan Kareem, all the brothers out there celebrating Ramadan. We're breaking fast after sundown. Big up. The culture is all over the world of Islam. All over the world. Shout out to Brother Law. That's for him right there, man. I had to play that for him real quick. All right. I have to respond to something somebody said. Okay, this IUIC 12 tribe chart. I want to get your honest opinion on this. Let me get this photo right here real quick. All right, so this is the new 12 tribe chart by people, not Vocab Malone, but he's the one buying their books and researching these groups. Of course, he's trying to come at them. But this 12 tribe chart, I don't know if How Music is still in the building. This 12 tribe chart is the E1B1A marker. I hope Brother Hassad is still listening. I don't know if he had to go back to sleep or if he's on the West Coast or whatever, he's tired. But this 12 tribe chart, if you look at this chart, my brothers and sisters, you have the Xhosa, the Bososa, the Swati, the Ndebele, the Pacific Islands. They expanded to the Lemba, Zambia, the Hausas, Malawi, Liberia, Sudan, Sierra Leone, Madinka. Family, what IUIC has done, they're going to have the most members in the history of One West. Because you know what they just did? They just told Africans who some camps call Hamites is now considered Israelites. So whether they're true or false, and I know it's false, but he's going where all the oral traditions are, because some of these oral traditions say they come from Egypt, some say they come from Nubia, some say they come from Arabia, they come from all over. But now they're on the 12 tribe chart. They have expanded the 12 tribe chart without people even knowing who are following Israelite doctrine. This is crazy. They are saying all these people are Israelites. This is crazy. The Conchins are Manasseh now. The Biafra, the Ga. The Ga says the Gadangmi. They come from the Gadangmi, whatever their tradition. It's crazy. That's IUIC, brother. It's from a book. It's a new book that they put out. They have the 12 tribes of Israel. That is IUIC, brother. So basically, all black people are now Israelite to them. There you go. They're gonna be winning, man. They're gonna be winning. Whether we like them or not, they're gonna be winning, man. Hold on a second. Oh man, that's crazy. That is crazy. I don't know if you want to add to that, my brother. If you want to say anything, if you want to add on to that, Israel.
Oh no, I don't know. I think this goes against your theory that Hebrew Israelism is dying.
Yeah, well, it's dying. Hebrew Israelism is centralized around four things. It's centralized around the Assyrian exile for some. It's centralized around Second Esdras. It's centralized around 70 AD, because you have to account for how you got here. And I think that's the hiccup that people can't realize. Even if you say that you're connected to the Jews in West Africa. And before we even go there, let me share the screen and give some information for the people. Go ahead. You want to say something, brother, before I go in?
No, I was just chatting while you digging up the information. But you know, the thing of it is that everybody just looks at it differently, right? There's no way it's dying. You're gonna look up and the whole earth gonna be claiming they friends with Israelites.
Hey, and by the way,
because that's listen, hey, because that shows the power of that which we believe in, because no other movement, pick one that's flaming like the Israelite movement right
nah,
now, or
because
that ever
they
huh?
represent less than 1% of the black population in America. So I don't think they're that. I think
No.
I think people support the argument, but as far as memberships, I don't think the membership. You see, the Nation of Islam, Farrakhan could bring 1 million to 2 million people to DC, but the memberships don't reflect that.
No, I'm not saying in size. I ain't saying in size, Garfield. I agree with you. I'm saying in growth.
Right. Donald, just to let you know, you said that Ashan is a tribe of Judah. The word Ashanti is really Asante. And if you're trying to make, you see, that's Donald, you're old school One West. You listen to the hype, and this is what they use to grab you. So the Ashanti tribe, Ashanti is really a misnomer. Is a name used by the British. You're speaking English. Show me Ashan in Hebrew. Because remember, there's no vowels. So what are you talking about? You're not making any sense. And the word is Asante, Asante. What's up?
Ashan doesn't require a vowel, Garfield.
That's no. I'm saying it's not even Ashan. It's actually Asante, Asante. It's not Ashanti.
Oh, okay.
British.
I got you.
Dr. Faro Ali, what up, bro?
Hey, good morning, everybody. Peace to everybody. I see y'all in Charleston wide in the discussion. Have y'all got to that point or y'all passed it?
I'm gonna get to that in a minute. What's up? You want to do going on that?
Of course I do. I sent you a link in the back. Oh yeah. Let me go on mute then.
All right, give me a second to break this down. And Captain Kataza, man, of ISUPK, the brother challenged me to a fight, and it's funny. I heard that brother Zion Lex showed up at his house. You know, people that said, "Give me your addy," and they gave him the addy, and I think Zion showed up at his door, and homeboy was under the bed hiding. I think he sent one of his wives out and said, "Oh, he's not here." Well, he wants to fight Garfield now because Garfield is exposing the lies that he tells with the 12 tribe chart. You see, this is what happened. This is when you know you're winning. Mika was trying to set up a debate between me and him. He agreed to the debate, but once he realized he was mad, he was wrong. I heard something with the WAC 100 people too. They showed up at his house. He's hiding under the bed, but I guess he don't hide when it's Garfield. Me and Kataza would never have any confrontation. It's all over all over information. But I want to say this to everybody. During my debate with Yawasap made a whole statement, oh, it's a theory, whatever. What happened is the Hope of Israel, Manasseh ben Israel, used Antonio Montezinos' information and put it in his book word for word. So the primary is actually in the book called The Hope of Israel. So in The Hope of Israel, as you see the link at the bottom, Montezinos claims he is from the tribe of Levi, which is fine, you know. Then he was confronted by some other men who talked about them being also saying the Shema Israel. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one God. And then those men are somewhat scorched by the sun. Some of them wear their hair long down to their knees, other of them short, and other of them, much as we commonly cut it, whose skin gets scorched by the sun. Black people's skin don't get scorched. We might get burned, but we don't get scorched by the sun. But he was implying that these people were white people who were the actual Jews. Not me, not Garfield. And what happened is the Native American Indians attacked the Jews who were there. And they attacked them 3 times and they got defeated 3 times. So they said, you know what, we're going to convert to your God. This is how the Indians in that region became Israelites or became Jews. They converted. But we go around and teach that these people are Israelites because they say it without even reading the sources where it comes from. So one person says something and the other says that, and then it goes from there. So Manasseh ben Israel is not claiming that at all. Just for the record, just for those who don't know, and that's why homeboy don't want to debate. He want to fight because he don't want to admit that it's wrong. Another thing, this is something that Hebrew Israelites teach. Montezinos is not saying that the Indians are Israelites. He's claiming that they got converted by Jews. In American Braves that they brought out, he actually laid out the whole argument and said that and then they said, oh, it's a theory. No, it's not a theory. It is actually from Montezinos. It's called relation. That's the primary, which is in Manasseh ben Israel's book, The Hope of Israel, for those who want to go back and fact check. Another thing that is claimed a lot is that Columbus was saying that the people were Jews or whatever, that they spoke Hebrew. No, it's not true. They get it from the Jewish Encyclopedia, which I actually wrote a letter to. I'm waiting for them to respond to remove this because he doesn't use 4th Esdras 13:45. He uses 2nd Esdras 6:42 to talk about the circular and how many continents are on the planet Earth. That's what he used, the only thing. He also says that the reprobate Jews are the lost tribes of Israel. I don't know if anybody in the audience deals with Columbus. Columbus is saying the rabbinical Jews, he called them the reprobate Jews because they don't believe in the New Testament. So he's saying they are the lost tribes of Israel. So he's saying that the rabbinical Jews are the lost tribes of Israel.
Why would the rabbinical Jews?
No. Israel bound. He said that. Columbus. I
ain't asking you. I was just, it was a rhetorical question. I'm like, well, wow. But that's not your argument, and that's not the argument. So yeah,
the argument made is that Columbus says that the Indians were Jews and that they spoke Hebrew and all this stuff when they had to use sign language because they couldn't even communicate with them. And this is the lie that Captain Kataza has been telling everybody with his 12 tribe chart stuff. And it's been debunked over and over, but they don't want to teach the truth. They want to teach a lie. So when they can't win a conversation now, they say, oh, Garfield, what are you doing for the people? We doing for the people. What are you doing? So this is the same thing, even with the Nazaria stones, when the brother Sam Miguel called in the show, they don't want to admit that the Nazaria stones is not Hebrew. They don't want to admit, even with the Los Lunas Decalogue. This is a very good conversation, right? The Los Lunas Decalogue stone, I admit that there's Hebrew on there. You see, I don't go the route. Shout out to Faithful to God because he actually gave me the source for me to advance and evolve with my argument. We usually argue and say, oh, it's fake. And nope. It's a real thing that is found in history. But what happened is it has things in it that don't make sense for ancient writing. For example, it has this right here. I'm going to show you. Los Luna writer use dots as sentence divider. 11 times. Right. Usually dots are for byword dividers. They use the caret. The caret wasn't used until the 16th century. So that means it couldn't have been an ancient document. What it is, it seems like it's connected to the Iberian Jews who had a mixture of Greek and different things in their writing systems. And I break it down, but I mean, it's technical. Maybe one day I'll get it deep into it. But it's written in an ancient Phoenician, Hebrew, Moabite, Greek, Latin, and Iberian. These scripts range in date from 1000 BC to 2nd century CE. Words written in the archaic Greek alphabet. In one instance, the dalet is written in a triangle shape. If it was Hebrew, it would have a tail. It looks like the delta from the Greek script. The hey looks like a backward E, similar to the archaic Greek. The yod and the kaf looks like Iberian Peninsula script. So it seems like some people who came over as Sephardic Jews may have actually been responsible for this writing. So instead of saying it's fake and throw it out, we know what there is people who are writing it literally. It's a legitimate stone that happened, but when was it written? It's trying to pull off that it was written ancient because being saying that the Indians are Jews or whatever is strong conversation. I don't know if you know this, bro. I went over this before. Saying that the Indians are Jews would be more of like a monogenesis argument, saying that they come from the same people that we come from, so that we're all the same. And it was also help black people, because if we all came from Adam and not from somewhere else, we need to treat blacks with respect and we need to end slavery. People don't understand the purpose of all these documents and all these things being found. They served a purpose. When the Jews thought that England was the fourth the fourth corner of the earth. You just talk about it, and that they wanted to get back into England so they could go back and make money because they were kicked out in the 13th century by the British. So they wanted to go back to England. So they started saying, hey, England is the fourth corner. Da, da, da. So all these things played a role to promote the Jews in getting back to places and to help black people out of slavery. So it served a purpose that was legitimate. This is the Bat Creek stone. Look at this right here. This is where the person got it from. There was a Masonic book, and the person was actually just copying what was in the Masonic book. And people think this is legit and argue about it every day. Oh, why all these finds? All of them are fake? The Pittsfield phylacteries. I go through all of this stuff, man. One day I just got to go through all of this stuff and all these claims. They even have a writing that they have, a fake writing that they set up, the guy from the Mormon. What's his name? Joseph Smith. And he translated it and it was fake. And they tricked him. They made this up to trick him, and he fell for the April Fool's prank. And he was saying it's legitimate and all that stuff. And people in the Hebrew Israelite movement is arguing over this, say it's legitimate, when it's been proven that it was a hoax, an April Fool's prank. Just to prove that the Indians try to connect themselves to the Indians because of Second Esdras. Yeah, this is what we do. Father Nazario stone, the same thing. They came to a conclusion with an expert. It's not Hebrew. What more do you want? This is what the writing looks like. Which part of that is Hebrew? What words are those? Explain. Oh, man. Another hoax. A bunch of hoax. Then the random claims about Native Americans. Issachar the Matamoros said this is the root of Issachar. So Issachar, the tribe, comes from here. I heard Gorilla Hebrew teach this. I never heard this before our debate. I wasn't even prepared to respond to that. Then they showed this phylactery from the guy's book. I don't remember what the guy's name is. Yeah, this book, Unexpected Faces in Ancient Africa. Y'all stop using this pseudo book, bro. Stop using it. The Star of David. Come to find out, it's a game. It's a stele of Tepalta Veracruz. It's a ball game. And that's why you have the picture of the whatever. The Mormons had this one on the right, and this is the original one on the left, and all that stuff. And this is the phylactery. They're trying to say it was the phylacteries and all that stuff. Star of David. Different stars exist all over the world, man. 6-pointed star, 8-pointed star, all type of stars. Oh boy, then we'll get into the language stuff and all that stuff. But the reason why I actually went for this, and then I had to talk about this Chief Joseph and the Assyrian tablet. This is something that Gorilla Hebrew brought on in the debate, and how they started saying it was carried over by an Indian, and it's from the Assyrians and Assyrian exile, so it's connected, and it's from 4,000 years ago. And I had to trace this down, man, and get ready for the Yawasop debate. But Yawasop, I gave him the information, so he didn't bring it up because it was fake. Another fake stuff. All these things are fake. Yeah, this right here is about the Assyrian exile, the Israelites and the Judahites. This shows the primary sources. Again, it's from K. Lawson Younger Jr. It's from a divinity school. This is a Bible believer, strong Bible believer. It's from a divinity school, Trinity International University, and it shows the primaries of what happened to the Israelites in that area. The deportations and all that stuff. So they identify Hebrew persons in Neo-Assyrian sources. It goes into what I showed from in the past of what they did, the Judean deportations, the Marash of businesses, the archives, how they was lending people money and all that stuff. And then I talk about Benjamin Tadella in the 12th century, how he went to Babylon, to the areas where the tribes were shipped out to. And these people were still claiming that they stem from the Assyrian exile. So how could they be in America if they're over here? Hundreds of thousands of people. All places the tribes were sent, I'm sorry. And then linguistically, the people that live in these areas like Iraq and Persia, they're speaking a Judeo-Arabic language. It's a mixture of biblical Hebrew. They're still speaking that, using that in everyday life. So with Indians and all, you don't have no linguistic connection at all. All right. Let me see if there's any questions or anything anybody want to bring up. All right. Let me see what else we got going on. All right, let me go over one more thing with why I think Hebrew Israelism is dead. Because Hebrew Israelism, the Bible has been changed over the years. So when you look at the 7-day week and 7 different things, there's a book called The Origins of Judaism, an archaeological historical reappraisal. One of the best things about this argument, right, is the dietary laws. Look at this right here. Prior to the 2nd century BC, there exists no surviving evidence, whether textual or archaeological, which suggests that Judeans adhere to a set of food prohibitions or to a body of dietary restrictions of any kind. The only evidence which suggests that a food taboo of any sort was practiced in earlier times is an etiological tale in Genesis aimed at explaining the reason for a long-standing Israelite avoidance of the hypsinu. Although the archaeological record does suggest that pork did not play a significant role in Judeans' diets from the Iron Age onward, from an archaeological perspective alone, there's no compelling reason to think this was due to some sort of taboo. The presence of substantial quantities of scaleless fish remains in archaeological levels, dating from the Iron Age through the Persian period at Jerusalem and at times throughout Judea, suggests that during these periods, Judeans were not practicing avoidance of fish species that came to be prohibited in the Pentateuch. If you was listening to the show from the beginning, remember I said that in the 2nd century is when we started seeing most things, laws and the writings, the rewritings of the original writings and writings upon writings is to point to the Most High and to point to the law and say that you should only worship the Most High God, Yahweh or whatever his name is, and you need to follow the law, statutes, and the commandments. And if you don't follow them, what happened to us under the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Persians is going to happen to us again. So you need to worship the Most High and the Most High alone. That is the purpose of that identity that's created, that's called the Israelite identity, but it's late. It's not early. So they are rewriting the story saying, hey, we're remembering an Israel based off of memory. That's not real. So this is why when people say the Israelites aren't real, because the storyline that they're giving in the Bible is more of a theological and a political writing to how we got where we are, who, what, where, why, and how. That's what the Bible is trying to answer at the 2nd century BC. So this is why you don't see dietary laws being practiced within the Israelite culture. People say, oh, that's why they got punished, because there was no laws there set. There was no codified laws. There was no Torah before the Assyrian exile. This is why you have a problem. This is why when somebody say Solomon don't exist, I said I believe he may have existed, but I can't prove it. This is why you have a problem finding these biblical characters, because they are just a part of a storyline, but you are now trying to apply it to your life 2,000 years later. You know, living by a dietary law and living by the biblical law for you personally is fine. But to have people join a group to say, here, well, we are chosen. There's no chosen people, man. That's a myth. There's no chosen people. There's no God coming back to punish or for those who put people into captivity is going into captivity. That's not going to happen. That's to bring you aboard. And then to make everybody black is to also to bring you on board. Everybody was black and we are chosen and it fits us. There's many people in the world the curses can actually fit. It can fit them. What's his name? Ron Dalton.
Objection, Your Honor, conjecture.
Ron Dalton proved that. But anyway, let me finish with this diet thing. One of the things that I noticed about this whole diet thing, because I actually read the paper before he came out with the book, they found catfish. This would be the great argument by African Americans. We down south love catfish. That's all y'all Israelites used to eat during the Iron Age. Y'all used to eat pork and catfish. And y'all eat pork and catfish today. So on those grounds, based off a loose methodology that has no academic sound backing to it, you could say I'm an Israelite based on the fact that we love pork and we love catfish. You agree, right, Israel Bound?
I certainly do. Hey, but you have to keep in mind, hey, I keep telling you, that's why I love the Brother Garfield show. Hit the like, share, and subscribe button, y'all. Hey, this further just proves biblical text that you little do you know, because the scriptures clearly tell you that the Holy Land, what we call Jerusalem, Judea, Israel, has been trodden down by the Gentiles, and that the people, just like what you said, that they went and took these DNA samples from what we know to be Israel, or what we used to call the Northern Kingdom. Hey, clearly they said that during that siege of the Assyrians, they brought in other nations of people to occupy that land along with the Israelites that were still there. So once again, what are they comparing these specimens to? Right? They're comparing the specimens of heathens to heathens. So no wonder they match, right? And then one last thing, by your logic, by saying that, hey, okay, you can't be an ancient Israelite because of these particular reasons. All right, let's just say we came from another ancient people, like whoever. We just pick one. How can we be those ancient people based on that same logic?
Okay. We actually have a protein on our red blood cells that's dormant that could actually trace back to who we are. And that applies to 70% of African Americans, 90% of Jamaicans, 90% of Afro-British people, 90% of Afro-Brazilians. So we could trace back through that protein who we are. I could do that.
Who is the we here?
We come from basically West and Central African cultures primarily. That's where we come from.
Who are the people? Who are the people, Robbie?
People, whether they're known as Igbo today, whether they're known as the Akan people today, whether they're known as the Congo people today, whether we're known as the
Israelites. Go ahead, say it.
There's no people. There's no Israelite, because there's no Israelites. Israelites. Hold on. There's no Israelites that are actually put on the ships. We have evidence of Israelites in West Africa partaking in the merchant side of the slave trade, but we don't have any evidence of them partaking as far as being actually captured. I just got to be honest. All right, let me finish reading this. I will get back to that because I got to get the brother.
Go ahead. Yeah. Because I want to hear about this Charleston thing. Go ahead.
All right. I don't know if people are familiar with ritual impurity. Prior to the 2nd century BC, we found no evidence which demonstrated that Judeans knew of, let alone practice, anything closely resembling the Pentateuchal system of ritual purity laws. To be sure, authors of Hebrew Bible texts not infrequently made use of the impure binary when writing. But again, let me see. There is little reason to think that the details of the ritual purity notion these writers had in mind looked any more like the Pentateuchal ritual purity system than they might have resembled taboos and practices current among other societies in the Near East and beyond. Lacking earlier evidence, the 2nd century BC remains our terminus antiquum for the beginning of widespread Judean observance of the ritual purity practices. Again, this is 2nd century BC. Remember I said earlier, these people are writing texts and rewriting texts to fit, to answer who we are, who, what, where, why, and how. How we got here, who are we, where did we come from, and so forth. When is this going to change, and why is it going to change? And this was while they ruled themselves in the Hasmonean time period. That's when you find most of the manuscripts of the Dead Sea Scrolls. That's when you find the most Greek manuscripts. It's under the Hasmonean time periods. That's when a lot of changes take place. And that's where you find the most manuscripts. Circumcision. Prior to the 2nd century BC, I know of no evidence outside the Pentateuch for the notion of circumcision as fulfillment of a divine commandment. 2nd century BC again. All right. Sabbath. The upshot of this entire investigation is that starting at the earliest in the mid-2nd century BC, a plethora, in my gorilla Hebrew voice, because he likes to use this word, a plethora of evidence begins to emerge attesting to the Sabbath prohibitions being widely observed by Judeans in Judea and throughout the Mediterranean world. Prior to this time, there's simply no reliable evidence that the notion of certain activities being forbidden on the Sabbath was widely observed or even commonly. Now, because I'm an honest guy, the Elephantine Papyri does mention the Sabbath, but guess what? There was no prohibitions like what you see in the Bible today as far as the Sabbath. You could do anything on the Sabbath. You could work, you could do anything. There was no prohibitions stated. So again, 2nd century BC. Passover unleavened bread. Again, the earliest evidence for widespread observance of the Passover and the festival of unleavened bread is found in the accounts provided by Josephus regarding violent incidents at the Temple Mount on these occasions from the end of the 1st century and end of the 1st century BC and into the 1st century. Compositions from the Hasmonean period provide evidence for exegetical activities surrounding the details of the holidays laws, but the extent to which these laws were actually observed at this time is simply unknown. So Passover, unleavened bread. Day of Atonement. In summary, the practice of an annual fast on the Day of Atonement appears to have been universal among Judeans in the 1st century CE. Sukkot, Feast of Tabernacles. Prior to the 2nd century BC, the sole evidence for the existence of either of the two central rituals of Sukkot is found in a single passage in Nehemiah 8:13-18. Aside from this passage, neither of these two rituals are attested anywhere in the Hebrew Bible outside the Pentateuch, because this is our lone testimony regarding the central Sukkot rituals anytime prior to the Hasmonean time period. All right, let me get out of here with this. Let me get my brother on stage so that we could get into Dr. Farah Ali. Let me get into the he's like, let me get it right now. Hold on, let me get it. Let me see which video you show, because I had a video set. I was gonna play a video. Oh, this one right here.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna play a different one too. But let's get into Charleston White. And before we finish Israel Bound, I gotta get into Second Esdras and why Second Esdras is a 1st century book. It was written in Greek. It was written in Greek and Latin. So there's no Hebrew text to go by. There's no Hebrew. The scholars were saying it's Hebrew, but there's no evidence to back that. We have Greek idioms within the Latin text. The oldest text we have is a Latin text which shows Greek idioms. So it's like a Greek rooted text. There's no evidence it was a Hebrew text at all. At all. But we do have it that the first 2 chapters of Second Esdras was written in Latin. Latin was not written by Ezra in the 5th century or 4th century BC, because the Latin that's written in the 1st century didn't exist. The Koine Greek that it's written in did not exist until the 3rd century BC under Alexander the Great. So it could not have been written by Ezra. Another problem with Second Esdras is that it says in chapter 1, Second Esdras chapter 1, it says that Ezra the prophet wrote it. Then in Second Esdras chapter 3, it says that Salathiel, who is also known as Ezra, wrote it. So it's saying 2 different people wrote the book. So that's the confusion, and it should be thrown out because, one, if you're lying, I would consider it like a pseudepigraphia. You're writing under somebody else's name. Now, it has some good Jewish literature in it, but it also states that the people who knew about the ascension of Jesus to heaven is mentioned. There's a part in chapter 13 where it mentions how Jesus ascended to heaven, and they're talking about it in the 1st century, like we're waiting for him to come back in a sense or whatever. Why would it be talking about Jesus' ascension to heaven if it's a book written by Ezra? But we talk about that later. That's just to get Ezra. This is why, again, Hebrew Israelism is on its deathbed, because once you throw out Second Esdras out, a lot of these one Westers are done. Arzareth is an unknown place that is not supposed to be a place that exists. It's just something that's in literature. It's actually from Deuteronomy 29. It's a compound word, aheretz, which the person who's writing in the 1st century made it one word and misspelled it with Arzareth. So it's not even the right word. It's actually a word that means another land. So I'm just going to say to everybody, once you throw out Second Esdras, once you throw out the Assyrian exile, there's no evidence outside of Second Esdras that anybody migrated from Assyria. And in Assyria, the people have jobs and they're working. So we know what they're doing. The majority of them was in the Assyrian army. So you can't even move from there. So we know where they went and what they're doing. So once you take the Assyrian exile out, you take 70 AD out, they can't prove 70 AD. So where did these Israelites come from to come to North America? And you take out Arzareth, you take out Second Esdras. Boom. Are you going to say the Sephardic Jews? The Sephardic Jews, the majority of them went to Israel, Yugoslavia, Europe. Less than probably 500 went to West Africa. And as a matter of fact, in the 17th century, the population of Jews worldwide was like 1 million. How many people got shipped over here? Over 12 million. And I rest my case. But anyway, I'm the God Killer. What's up, my brother? Hold on, before come on, let me just show this flyer real quickly. Let me show this flyer real quickly. This is Shamar Kita, March 21st, 6:30 p.m. Dr. Shamarka Keita. Tickets are $30. Interview with the experts. This is one of the number one. Check them out. Tickets are $30. A bioanthropologist. Come check it out, family. Check it out. Let's do what we got to do. Go ahead and have this. All right, cool. We got that out of the way. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play Charleston White's video. I had a video set up with Charleston White, but I'm gonna play your video first because since you've been waiting so long, my apologies, brother. Peace and love to you.
No, it's all right. You loquacious, man, and your people, they used to that. It's fine.
I can't even spell loquacious, but anyway, let me play this right here.
I had watched one of his videos here recently because I had heard about how he was on there making jokes about when we was little, we used to have sex with our cousins. What the fuck? I mean, I'm sorry. What do they do that? But just what I wanted to reveal because I didn't feel like anything was appropriate at the time. We got district clerk office paperwork here now. So district clerk. Thursday of November 1998, Charleston White signed a court order arrangement to now or anytime after the day above contact the victim, Shalondra Price. Khan was 11 years old of age when contact was made. Sexual direct penetration was made. Defendant has previous convictions prior to current event. Paragraph 1 states the test was positive for defendant's semen. So, I mean, we got everything from the detective's name to the signature of the district clerk. I mean, I don't know.
All right. So that's what you want to say about that video, my brother.
He molested his 11-year-old cousin, fam.
Oh man, I didn't even hear the video properly. My bad. I didn't even hear it.
You wasn't listening to that?
You know what? I got the I think what's his name did a video on it. This is a brother. This video here. I think this is the same thing. Let me Charleston White is finished. Because there's a couple of things. Let me see if this is the video right here.
No, that ain't the video. He's saying fuck the baby in that video. It's not the same video. See, people are focused on the things that are not going to silence him. He can't hide from the fact that his 11-year-old cousin has true bill paperwork that he molested her.
Wow.
So this right here is irrelevant. This video of him saying fuck the baby, it is relevant, but that talking point has already been. He has already came against that talking point, justifying it with something else, which I covered. But this talking point right here is more plausible for people to speak on because she has true bill paperwork, and there was an agreement that he signed to stay away from her. He didn't get charged with it because his mother, right here in the picture, Yolanda White, she made sure, he brags about his mom being connected to judges and all this other stuff. She made sure that he didn't get charged with that. You understand? But Shalonda Price is presenting that paperwork now today.
Is that the second video that you sent?
The second video is I'm proving the point of perjury in the second video.
All right, let me know when you want me to play that one.
Yeah, you can play it now. Go ahead. So we can, and then I'll explain it.
What's your YouTube channel, by the way?
Dr. Pharaoh Ali Gaming.
All right, cool. Okay, you be playing the games.
Just put gaming at the end. Now, this video is the court video where he was in the thing and they say he was snitching or whatever. But what he admitted
time the starter athletic jackets was the shit.
Yeah, go ahead, my brother.
What he admitted under oath is something totally different that he admitted on Vlad TV. On Vlad TV, he said he was the mastermind. On Vlad TV, he ordered Doolittle to shoot that man. But he didn't say that in the court of law, because if he would have said that in the court of law, he would have the same charges as them. But since thereafter he has stated that he was the mastermind behind this and he ordered Doolittle, this is what Charles Manson did with them people to kill that family. So he in the state of Texas, this is considered perjury, lying under oath. Go ahead.
My whole concept for wanting to steal these jackets, it was a teenage club that we all went to every Friday and Saturday called Tingles out in Grand Prairie. So man, I just want to steal some jackets so I can have me a starter jacket to wear at Tingles. All I had to do was go home, man, and ask my mama to buy me one. Do good in school, and I could have got anything I asked for. So I went and got my buddy DJ. DJ was a good kid. Had never really been in any trouble. We went and got his friends, Big Twan and Lil Twan. Big Twan was an older teenager guy, and all of these kids was older than me, right? I was the youngest, but I was the brains out of the bunch. I always had leadership skills and qualities. And so we went to the Farm 303 Mall. We went to Foot Locker. Tony Dorsett, a legendary running back for the Dallas Cowboys. Tony Dorsett had a club at this mall. So when we go inside the Foot Locker, there was this black dude that looked like he could run fast. So we went and played video game. We said we'll do it later. So we come back later on that day, come back, and it was a white guy working in there. So we went in there, tried on hats, tried on jackets, and ran out. In the process of us running out, there was a white guy by the name of Michael Levy in the parking lot working on his car. Unbeknownst to us, Mr. Levy had just got married 3 days prior to that incident. And so he saw what was happening, saw us running out, and tried to thwart us, tried to stop us from stealing those jackets. He ran, jumped on top of the car, started hitting the windshield with some tool that he was working on his car with. Glass was shattering in my friend's face. I handed him the gun and instructed him to shoot Mr. Levy. He shot Mr. Levy. We drove away laughing.
I handed him the gun out the backseat of the car.
16-year-old Charleston White took the stand and testified against his friend, Antoine Doolittle, who sat just a few feet from him and listened intently.
He pulled off and the hammer back on the gun.
And then what happened?
He fired it.
Doolittle is accused of gunning down 34-year-old Michael Levy of Irving. Levy attempted to stop Doolittle, White, and two other teenagers.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, you can stop it. There's more to it, but he talks about purging every year on the date of the death of this guy. But this is what I'm saying. Here are the inconsistencies of what he said. Now, in the state of Texas, perjury, there's a charge of perjury for a 2 to 10 if you do this, if you lie under oath. He did not admit those statements when he was in the red, when he was 16. Even after you serve your time for a crime, you still, if you say anything else about the crime that is true, right, that you didn't state under oath, that is considered aggravated. That's considered perjury. Well, aggravated in his case. So that's why I'm clarifying what that is, because everybody else is just saying he's a snitch. He's 16. No. Get past that point. Get a little bit articulated. Get a little bit more information. Go to the law library. He committed a crime.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
If I could say something real quick.
Go ahead, bro. It's all you, man.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say I agree with the brother that he definitely didn't tell the same story. But what I think they would do in that case is look at what's material, what they would call material, right? And what he did do that I think would slide him from up under that is that on the stand he said I handed him the gun. You know what I'm saying? His boisterous ways and what he's saying now, right? Notwithstanding that, he still said I handed him the gun. And that's that. You see what I'm saying? So that's going to absolve him from being purged in a material way. Now, all the little boastful stuff that he's saying now, that's just something that would have held him from getting any further negative outlook from the courts, right? That's just to get the leniency that he was hoping that he would get at the time. But shout out to you because it just proves that he's the bitch ass nigga that everybody's calling him because
that he committed perjury.
Huh?
This proves that he committed perjury.
No, he really didn't because he said he did say he handed him the gun.
He got on Vlad TV and say he ordered him. Charles Manson ordered them people to do that to that family, and he got charged with murder too.
Right. So in effect, by him saying I handed him the gun. Oh, you saying that when he said he handed him the gun, and then now he's saying that he told him to shoot him.
In the state of Texas, it is called perjury. Even thereafter you have served your crime, you can't do that.
No, I think that's everywhere. I agree with you. I think that holds everywhere.
Right. I'm only speaking in the state of Texas. Yes, he's a BITCH and all that, but this is a proven fact that he committed perjury by going on that.
So what would you say the perjury? What would you say was the actual perjury that he committed though?
He ordered him. He omitted the fact that he ordered Doolittle to do that. He admits years later, I was the mastermind, the brains behind this. I wanted the starter jacket. They didn't want the starter jacket. I did. Doolittle was a good kid. That's what he said. He said them boys was good kids. I manipulated them. I coerced them.
Right. Wow. So would you say that? I'm gonna land my point because I'm not arguing against you. I'm just looking at it objectively.
Sorry, I'm just passionate, fam. That's all. Go ahead.
I'm just looking at it objectively because I've been through these trials and on trial and all this stuff. But what I'm saying is that, and this is just my opinion, but him saying that I handed him the gun, that's the order right there. That's it. He handed him the gun.
Okay, so look, this is what I do. Okay, fine. Everybody has their objections and their opinions and this and that. Okay, can you talk about what you just heard about his cousin?
Oh yeah, yeah. I would hope. I would hope that. Unfortunately, the way that our courts are set up, that they, you know what I'm saying, they try to use these statute of limitations and whatnot, but we see that they don't do that when it comes to famous people, right? They go back 20 years, 30 years to get Bill Cosby and all these for these sexual acts committed against people.
He's famous now.
So, he's famous now. Yeah, yeah. So
he said it yesterday, and he responded to this when I put it out. He said, "I'm famous." Okay, well now you fit the bill for them to go back many years and take this claim and make it a federal situation.
Yeah. I hope they do. I got daughters, and if it was me, he would hope that the courts would catch him.
Well, the state probably overlooked it before because his mother intervened, but the federal level can take that and say, "Hey, they got your semen in her many years ago. Hey, look, let me holler at you real quick."
All right, cool. We're gonna move on, man. We're done with Charleston.
Yeah. So anyway, I appreciate you, fam. I just want to put that out there. If everybody, since people keep talking about it, talk about
yes,
this.
Sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Israel Bound, do you think how do you Deuteronomy 28, how do you look at when it says and no one shall buy you? Do you use, I heard one way people say that, again, Guerrilla Hebrew said it in our debate, you shall not be redeemed. Do you look at it in that sense that you shall not be redeemed? Like, hold on, before you answer, give me 10 seconds. Meaning that we were coming over as slaves and nobody came to redeem us. No Africans, no tribal leaders, nobody came to save us from being slavery or try to get us returned back to Africa where we came from. Do you look at it from that sense, that being redeemed, that's what it means?
Yes, I hold to that position. I also, look to alternative positions that's just my, suggestion upon the text, but I don't see the problem with what's initially be seen, what's what the text says, and people understanding it
That's
in that
King James.
manner.
Just for everybody to know.
Let's just say that, let me take that all out, Garfield, and just give you an answer and say yes, I do.
Okay, all right. So if I show Africans being returned, or people in the slave trade being returned, would that debunk that mindset? That if we had people that came over on the slave ships that was assisted by, where the hell is this Deuteronomy 28 at? All right, let me see how it looks on the screen. Hold on 1 second, family. Let me share this. And what we're talking about is Deuteronomy 28, which is one of the books. The reason, again, my topic is Hebrew Israelism is on its deathbed. Question sign. I think it is. This right here, where it says, and no man shall buy you, is what we're talking about. But what I want to do is, before I even do that, let me go to the Bible Hub version so that we could see different versions of what being said, so that we have an idea of Deuteronomy 28. Because what I want to do is look at the different versions of it. And let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're at 200, 250. All right, I think this is good enough. Let me see how it shows on the screen. All right, that's big enough. All right. So what we're talking about is Deuteronomy 28:68. And what happened is people who hold to the One West normally say, hey, I want the King James Version. People who study a lot, like a priest Daniela and a Yawasap, might expand and say, we'll deal with the other version. But what happened is, the first thing I have a problem with this is, what does it actually say? This right here says, there you will offer yourselves for sale, right? The New Living Version says, there you will offer to sell yourselves to your enemies. Then you have the English Standard Version said, and there you shall offer yourselves for sale. Then the Berean Standard Bible, which is, I think, not the Berean Standard, there you will sell yourselves to your enemies. But look at the King James versions. It says, and there ye shall be sold. So this is what's holding the Hebrew Israelites. This is the main selling argument why you are connected. I don't care what nobody, you could bring out Luke 21:24. You could bring out Isaiah 11:11. You could bring out Zephaniah 3:10. You could bring out any verse. Those who go into captivity, those who put you in captivity shall go into captivity. You could pull out any other 100 verses that Israelites like to pull out. This one is the most important. So I asked myself, why is it the King James Version is saying, there ye shall be sold, but almost every version, even the New King James Version says, and there you shall be offered for sale to your enemies. Well, that's pretty much the same as the King James. And there you will offer yourselves for sale. Then you go to let's go to the Septuagint version. Let me come down a little bit. There you will try to sell yourselves as slaves. There you will try to sell yourselves. Let's go to and you have sold yourselves, young literal, and you have sold yourselves. Thou shalt not add more, and ye were sold there to thy enemies for servants. All right, let's go to let me see, the JPS Tanakh. And there ye shall sell yourselves into your enemies, unto your enemies. This is the Septuagint, and there you shall be sold there to your enemies and bondmen and bondwomen, and none shall buy you. All right, so let's go down to what the Hebrew says. Forget about people's opinion. And you should never see again. There ye will sell yourselves. So this right here is the key word. We hit makartem. It's under the verb, the hit file, conjunctive perfect, second person masculine plural. You will sell yourselves to your enemies. That changes the entire conversation. Because even as a slave, and this could be a whole metaphoric and a more symbolic type of meaning also. Let's not even gloss over that part. But you will sell yourselves to your enemies. There's nobody in a transatlantic slave that sold themselves. But we do have Africans in Senegal or Senegambia, what's called Senegambia today, who sold themselves to be free because they had a famine that killed millions of people in Africa in the 1700s. So they had to sell themselves into slavery. That is there. This is saying you will sell yourselves to your enemies. You. So if Deuteronomy 28:68 was had to do with the transatlantic slave trade, you would have evidence of them selling themselves as slaves. What me and the brother was talking about earlier, and let me go back to the King James version because I want to respect what people hold to. Is the part where it says, go ahead, brother.
No, go ahead. I thought you was going. Go ahead.
All right. All right. So this right here says, there you shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, comma, and no man shall buy you. So why should we take this literal, thou shalt and there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you? Why should we take this part literal and not no man shall buy you literal? I understand in Nehemiah 8:13 or Nehemiah 5:8, it does use the whole redeem word, and it could be symbolic. So this and no man shall buy you is no man shall redeem you. But we do have evidence of people being redeemed by tribal armies and returned to Africa. We do have evidence of that. We have evidence that in Brazil, which had the most slaves, that they had to return. The Portuguese army was defeated by an African army, and they were ordered based off of that to return people back to a certain culture. So that whole redeemed thing seems to be out the window because they were redeemed. Those people were redeemed. No man shall buy you. So if that's the case, that throws out the transatlantic slave trade, because we have records. Even if we want to use the repatriation movement that sent them to Sierra Leone, that's another way of being redeemed. They were redeemed and sent to repatriate back to Africa. The Back to Africa movement, the sons of Africa with Ola Uda Equiana that started that stuff. So, but before that, in the 1700s, we have in the 17th century, at the heights of the slave trade, transatlantic slave trade, we have Africans who defeated the Portuguese, and the Portuguese army had to return thousands of Africans who were enslaved. The floor is yours.
All right. Warfield and got me cornered now.
No, I don't.
Hey, hey, so which one of these versions you want to deal with? King James?
No. Whatever one you use. I don't want to use none that you
I
use.
don't care. I don't care which one you use. Whichever one. We can deal with both versions or both theories.
Go ahead.
I mean, or both interpretations and what I feel about them.
Most popular today, the NIV version. There you will offer yourself for sale to your enemies as male and female slaves. I don't think it's literal, even when it says there you will offer yourself for sale. I don't think we should take that as literal. I don't think we should take it literal. Nope.
Okay, so if we use the reason why, like, I tend to lean towards the King James version, which I agree there's a lot of translational errors and things within the text, as it translated to English. But when we look at this New International Version, it says the Lord will send you back in ships to Egypt. Where would we be thinking they would be sent from? Israel, right?
Yeah, because remember you came out of Israel on land, by land.
No, I'm just saying, no, we just establishing where we're coming from when we're going to wherever we're headed.
Right.
The land where
the Canaan
the reference
from the Canaan
right, the
region.
reference point is the reference point is home.
Mm-hmm.
And then it says to Egypt on a journey I said you should never make again. There
when did God will stop right there. When did God say you should never see that again?
I don't remember God saying that.
Exodus 14:13 or Deuteronomy 16:17.
Let's read it.
All right, hold on. Let's go to it right now. But let me ask you this. I don't know if you hold to a literal that Moses wrote these books, right? Let's say Moses did write them, the tradition. Let's say the tradition is correct, right? So you're talking about the 1400s BC, right? Or 1300 BC,
Right.
whatever, right?
Okay.
And if he's writing this, he's writing it in a context because he said, I promise that you should never make. Hold on, let's go. You know what? Let's also do the King James Version. It says, and the Lord shall bring thee into, this is a conjunction, right? Is this a conjunction?
Mm-hmm.
Into Egypt, again with ships. All right. By the way, whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. All right. So here we go. Exodus 14:13-14 is a cross-reference. But Moses told the people, do not be afraid, stand firm, and you will see the Lord's salvation, which he will accomplish for you today. For the Egyptians you see today, you will never see again. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. So that's one reference there. Let me give you another cross-reference. Hosea 8:13, it talks about they will return to Egypt, and now they eat meat. The Lord does not accept them. Now he will remember their iniquity and punish their sins. They will return to Egypt. And then let me give you a last one right here.
Did you say they will return to Egypt?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, that's contradictory to what the text said, right?
Hold on one second. Hold on. But he shall not multiply horses to himself, nor cause the people to return to Egypt, to the end that he should multiply for what the Lord has said unto you. Ye shall henceforth return no more that way. See? No more that way. You'll never see it again.
Right.
So you have three verses saying that this verse, Hosea 8:13, contradicts. Let me go back to that real quickly. You say Hosea 8:13. He said, though they offer sacrifices as gifts to me, and though they eat the meat, the Lord doesn't accept them. Now he will remember their iniquity and punish their sin. They will return to Egypt. But Hosea is supposedly a prophet that's writing after Moses.
Okay.
So this is
but what does that have to do?
This is during the Assyrian exile. But all right. So anyway, forget about that. Let's use Exodus, which is before Moses wrote Deuteronomy 28:68, because if he did write Exodus or transcribe it or say it and somebody wrote it down, Exodus 14:13-14 talks about the Egyptians you see today, you will never see again. And then Deuteronomy 17:16 says that you will not see Egypt no more. You'll never see it again. All right. So that's in reference to this part where it says, by the way, whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again.
Right. So now that's why we hold that Egypt is not
But bear in mind, do you agree that in those two contexts, it's physical Egypt?
No, because and let me tell you why. Because that's why it would make sense if it was physical Egypt, and he said you would never see this place again. That's why we hold that in the context that we read within Deuteronomy 28, it's referring to bondage, as is referred to as in Exodus. Oh, I don't know, what is that, 20:2 maybe, where it refers to Egypt as the house of bondage.
Okay.
It doesn't refer to Assyria as the house of bondage. It doesn't refer to.
Hold on. Let's look at Exodus. Let's look at this real carefully, because I need to look at this in context. Because I never really went into this argument, but let's look at it, because I think 20:2. Let's go to 20:2. The house of slavery. All right, I think. All right, let me. All right. So I am the Lord your God who brought you out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery, or out of the land of bondage. Hold on, let me go to the English version. All right. So now let's look at this real carefully, right? I am the Lord thy God, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Now let me ask you a question. So is the word that's used for Egypt here? Is that what you're saying? I just want to make sense out of this. So this word, land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Now, if the Egypt meant bondage, but even if it means bondage in the sense that you're saying, when it says Egypt in Deuteronomy 28:68, It's the word. You have to go to what the word means in the context, because in this context, it still means literal Egypt.
Hold up.
It's
No, look, check.
it says right here, I am the Lord thy God, which I
oh,
brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the
right.
house.
Out of the house. Right. Listen, hold up.
Okay.
Let me just give you a different viewpoint. Not trying to change your mind on it, but just here's a different viewpoint. What I'm saying is that that's one verse, right? That what we just read was verse 2, right? What does verse 3 say?
Verse 3, let's go to verse 3. Verse 3 says, King James Version, thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Okay, now last verse. Go to verse 1.
Verse 1. And God spoke all these words. That's all it says.
Okay, so now we know that there's no other context than what we're reading about in verse 2. Nobody can say, oh, we're taking anything out of context, because that's the only context within that one verse.
What is Exodus 20 about, though? What is Exodus 20 about? It's about the 10 Commandments, though.
Okay, I got you. But let's stay on this verse. Let's stay on this verse, because it didn't have anything to do with anything but what it says. It's giving you an idea. And it says, and now, are we on it?
Go ahead, brother.
It said verse 2. We back at verse 2, because we see that that's the only context of this scripture, is what I wanted to prove.
Mm-hmm.
And it says,
God, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the
right,
house of bondage. Okay.
So now it gave you a description of. Go ahead.
Now let me ask you a question. When it says out of the house of bondage, okay, it's called the house of bondage because you were taken out of that land, because you were supposedly, according to the biblical tradition, a slave in Egypt. So you coming out of the house of bondage makes literary sense.
Right. Now, can I say one thing to that? Can I respond to what you just said?
Go ahead.
How many slaveries did Israel go through biblically?
Multiple slaveries, but not
and
slavery.
Babylon.
One specific slavery, captivity. You see, if we equate captivity with slavery, then it's multiple. But as far as slavery, the bondage out of the house of bondage is only Egypt.
Okay, so that supercharges my point that Egypt is a synonym for the house of bondage, just like it says right here.
No. You are imposing that on the text so that Deuteronomy.
No, okay, then what? What does?
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
I am the Lord thy God, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Now watch this. It's a play on words, because technically there's nothing wrong with the old statement from the King James Version, because out of the house of bondage means that you came out of Egypt. You were a slave in Egypt for supposedly 400 years, right? But it was literally. But hold on.
But it just said.
Let me finish the point, my brother. Let me say this. You brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. It's called the house of bondage because that's where you were slaves for technically 400 years, which was like around 215 or whatever. But technically, that's where you were. The issue now is in Deuteronomy 28:68, you have a problem as far as how it's worded in the King James Version, even if we take this literal. Look at it. Look at Deuteronomy 28. There is no synonym version here to equate it to that. You are putting that in the scriptures. There's no reason to say bondage. Let's look at the King James Version now. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt, because guess what happened? You're punishing them. You took them out of Egypt by land. So now what you're doing is punishing them by bringing them back into that same Egypt that you took them out of land. So this time I'm going to make you go on ships. By the way,
But you
whereof I
can't.
spake unto thee, hold on, thou shalt see it no more again. Hold on a second, ladies and gentlemen. Thou shalt see it no more again. Where did he say that? He said it earlier, because if you're going in chronological order, you have Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers. In Exodus 14:13, he said it, and Deuteronomy 17:16. These are two scriptures or verses that is before Deuteronomy 28:68. That's why it says, by the way whereof I spake unto thee. When did God speak unto thee? He spoke unto them in Exodus 14:13 and Deuteronomy 17:16. You shall not see Egypt no more again. So hold on a second. He did say that literally. He didn't talk about bondage. He talked about Egypt. You shall not see it no more again. So now that you won't see it no more again, what happened is you have disobeyed God. And if you don't live by the statutes, laws, and commandments, I'm gonna send you back into Egypt where you were in the house of bondage, back into slavery. So the issue now is, again, with ships. This is the key now. Earlier in the story of the Bible, in the first 5 books, you escaped Egypt by land. So now I'm going to bring you back, not by land, I'm going to bring you by ships. This is why I said to you, like around 8 weeks ago, that the Assyrian exile, when the Assyrians brought them there to ships, it makes a lot of sense. But we might can't answer, because when it says, there you shall be sold unto your enemies of bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you, it could just mean that you work for them as people, a part of their army. It don't have to literally mean that you're going to be enslaved or whatever, but you're going to go back into Egypt on ships. And that literally happened a couple of times. It happened with the Greeks. It happened with the Assyrians, which Deuteronomy, they said, the scholars think Deuteronomy was written around the same time as the 7th century, as when this story was being told. And no man shall buy you now, no man shall redeem you. I don't think we even need to go there. I think this is really the Assyrians taking the army of the Israelites and bringing them into Egypt with them on ships. I don't think it has, I think we're reading too much into it because of the transatlantic slave trade and the ships. We are reading into it to interpret it to fit us, instead of looking at the script from a metaphorical, from a spiritual, and from an ultimate different form of meaning. We want it to mean that. So just because it says, again, with ships, there's no bondage here. There's nothing to say. The Egypt, I remember Zion Lex wrote an article in 2015 for Kemet on Trial for Deuteronomy 28:68, and he said that Egypt can mean bondage. That's used here. It can be referred to bondage, but in this context, it does not refer to bondage. Let me scroll down a little bit right here. You see, once we hear ships, let's go to the Hebrew to the best of our ability, because we not no Hebrew expert here. Look at what it says right here. The 47:14. Egypt, a son of Ham, also is descendant and their country not. There is nothing here to imply that it means literally bondage. It's saying to Egypt, to. Excuse me. It's used as a noun. So you got to go back to when we was in prep school at 8 years old, bro, when we talked about subjects and predicate. The subject right here is the noun is used is Egypt. It is not bondage. You can't use it as bondage, bro. It's literally Egypt by a route that I said you should never see again. I'm telling you, bro, it does. And then this is the key word that kills the whole argument. There. Bondage is not there. Egypt is a place. You use the word there, T-H-E-R-E, when it's a literal place. And there, where are you going to sell yourself? There where? Egypt. There can't be bondage, bro. You got to read the entire sentence and understand it. There cannot mean bondage in that sense. It don't mean it. But go ahead, bro. It's on you.
Man, I appreciate the good brother Garfields, because he gives some good information. Just today ain't one of them days. Hey, so what I'm saying is that you run into all sorts of problems with that argument. Now, I'm gonna start from the top from what I can remember. The first problem you run into is that we have yet to see any information that says that Israelites went into Egypt on ships. That's first. I've been asking for this information for
Hold on.
28 weeks.
Say that again. Say that again. You was asking for what?
First-hand information that says Israelites went into Egypt as slaves on ships. That's what I've been waiting to see.
I do have the 2nd century one, but the thing that I'm trying to tell you is you can't say that there means literal Egypt, bro. Whether they went there or not.
Hold up, wait a minute. I'm addressing. I'm just addressing.
Hold on one second.
Go ahead.
Let me just address this. You know what? Let me stop. Go ahead, bro. It's your turn to speak. I'm gonna wait till you finish. Go ahead.
So I'm saying that until that information gets presented, we can leave that out the equation. And then when you say that, let's say you provide the information. Okay, you just made the argument that they would never see this land again. So again, tripping and falling on your own sword. It's not healthy, especially in these type of arguments. You also asserted that this didn't reference as slavery. We literally read in the scripture for bond men and bond women. Those are slaves. So there's just a bullet-riddled mess left of this argument.
What does a bond mean? What does a bond mean? Let's start there.
A slave.
Hold on 1 second. 1 second, please. 1 second. I got you. Garfield is a liar and deceiver like his father, the devil. A few weeks ago, I hit him. Came man, the true Israelite. I guarantee you will not come on this panel. Now, one thing we got to understand with Deuteronomy 28. Who said it's literal anyway? Who made it literal? Because if you look at it technically, because what we're doing is we're taking this literal to the point where we say it has to happen to the teeth. I'm saying to you, if you look at the versions based off the Hebrew, it literally says, there you will offer yourselves for sale to your enemies. Hit makarten is a hitpail verb that is telling you that you will offer yourselves. African Americans never offered themselves for sale to anybody. But I'm saying that I don't take this literal. I'm saying that the Assyrians carrying them on the ships into Egypt is confirmation. Even in the biblical Bibles, on when they're interpreting scriptures, they say this may have to do with the Syro-Ephraimite war where they carried them into Egypt, or it could be when the Assyrian king took them on the ships into Egypt with them. So I don't, because we can't tell. You see, you guys want a detailed thing what happened. Oh, we took them there, they were sold. We want evidence they were being sold. Or we want evidence nobody bought them. Ladies and gentlemen, if I carry you on my ship as soldiers of my army, I am your enemy, and I'm now in control of you. So now you're like my male and female slaves, and now no one is going to buy you because you're working for free for me. So there's several ways you can interpret it, but what the problem is, again, the Lord will send you back in ships to Egypt. Back in ships to Egypt. Is not back in ships to bondage. And I'm going to tell you what kills the whole argument. Remember earlier I said that they left Egypt on land? This time they're going back. We'll send you back. Ladies and gentlemen, he's literally, if you read the English version, let me go back to the King James and prove my point. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships. When did he bring them into Egypt? He brought them into Egypt when the 75 went with Jacob into Egypt on land. But this time he's going to bring them in ships. That's all it's saying, bro. When we hear ships,
Garfield, did the Lord say that? Okay, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. He's going to bring them into Egypt again. Ladies and gentlemen, again, you went into Egypt before. So now you're going again. You never went on slave ships before.
You ready to have this debate, Garfield?
I'm ready. And then what kills your whole argument is this. By the way, whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see no more again. What does thou shalt see no more again? When did God say that? I pointed it out in Exodus. I pointed it out in Deuteronomy. where the person, if you look at the chronological order, Exodus is written before Deuteronomy 28:68, and Deuteronomy 17:16 is written before Deuteronomy 28:68. So he said,
Garfield, can I say something real quick, brother, before you go too far?
Hold on, right here, this last point. And there. Where is the bondage? It's not bondage, it's a place. You only use THERE when it's a place. You don't use TRE.
We know that.
Bondage. So there, where is it there? The there is literal Egypt. I'm done, man. This is easy work.
Garfield. Hey, Garfield, let me tell you something. Where you went up to where he said, where was the point you made right before that? Was it about the where it says that no man shall buy you? Was that right where you went before there? What was right before that? What was right before you pointed out that there says, thou shalt see it no more again? Oh, okay. So thou shalt see it no more again. And let me tell you, I'm gonna give you some game real quick. That in scholarship debate, which I've done on a collegiate level, we call this a permutation. Meaning I take the argument that you just made and I make it mine because it proves my argument more than it does yours. Because I'm sitting here saying that it's not literal Egypt that we're talking about here in the first place. Because the Lord called Egypt, he referred to it as the house of bondage. So when he says, I'm going to send you into Egypt again with ships, that once again, I would only even entertain that argument if somebody puts forth information of Israelites going from any other place. I don't care if it's from Jerusalem, Assyria, or Timbuktu into Egypt on ships. We don't entertain that argument because no evidence has been presented of it. So that now when we're talking about his argument about there, he's taking that as literal Egypt, when that the Lord already in Exodus gave us a saying, a form of speech, not to be taken literal, because he said Egypt, the house of bondage. He drew you a parallel between the place Egypt, and he gave it a description, and he called it the house of bondage. So
let me ask you a question. I'm sorry,
go ahead.
but so when they went into the Syrian captivity or the Persian captivity, are those places also called Mizraim, which is the house of bondage translation that you get?
Never.
Okay, perfect. So now you know that there is a distinct place that's being used and being called the house of bondage, which is Mizraim in Hebrew, which is what we would call Egypt, right? So it is drawing a specific location. So when it says you will go into this place on ships, you got to reflect back to the fact that no other place has ever been called Mizraim, the house of bondage, except for what we would call Egypt today, which is Mizraim, correct?
Right.
Okay, perfect. So let's build on top of this. So now we've established that there is only one reference to any house of bondage in the biblical narrative, which is what we call Egypt. Then you add on to the fact that it speaks specifically about you being bondmen and bondwomen, and a bond is an agreement between two parties that are coming into a contract with each other. And it said that no one would acquire your services in the Hebrew translation of that. And so now you have people offering themselves up as bondmen and bondwomen to a contract, but no one will fulfill that contract. That means that no slave will be purchased because it's not a slave agreement. This is a contract agreement for bond. And this is what you see in Elephantine. This is why Garfield is bringing up Elephantine to you, because this literally happened in real life history. This is what Garfield's referring to. Like, are you following any of that?
Yeah. So what's your question?
No, it's not a question. My thing is more of
well, you said you asked. Oh, you meant the first question. Yeah. So yeah. All right. So here. So what I think, I don't get it. but I don't see how y'all don't understand how y'all are literally supercharging my argument.
No,
And I'm gonna
what
show you how.
not
Let me show you how.
now you can
Go
show me
ahead,
how,
brother.
but look, let me give you my
Go ahead.
perspective, right? So I used to
Okay,
be a
go ahead.
Hebrew Israelite myself, right? And
Uh
when I
huh.
part of the doctrine is, you know, you got to read it here a little, there a little, and that's how you get understanding. That's what is being done, is that you're taking things out of its historical context and you're piecing things together to fit your argument and your narrative. None of these things in their proper context or their scriptural context fit your argument, and so you're taking pieces of Revelations, pieces of Isaiah, pieces of Deuteronomy, and you're piecing together an argument for something that would have never been seen by just simply reading the scriptures for what they say and applying cultural context and also historical context with it. Do you see yourself
All right.
doing that possibly?
Hold on,
Okay.
before we go any further, right? Before we go any
Let me,
further.
Garfield. I got to answer. I just got to answer one portion of that. Just a response to something that doesn't have to do with that necessarily.
Hold on. I'm not talking about this real quick. Let me just say something to somebody in the chat. K-Man, the
Okay.
true Israelite, I know who you are. Why don't you come on the panel and show me? If you're not, you see, this is the problem. You guys want to be Israelites. You have not falsified anything that you teach. You can't show how Israelites got here. Your 70 AD argument is smashed. Second Esdras is smashed. You can't attach yourself to Sephardic Jews because they're the ones that helped with the actual slave trade. So you have nothing to prove that you're here. While on the other hand, I could point out genetically how you are here through a protein that's on your red blood cells. That's in African Americans. That's in Black Jamaicans. That's in British people. Bring me up, Garfield. The link is at the top. Enough of this. I have time today. I am saying to everybody, nobody is an Israelite today. Nobody can be, white or black. Nobody. It's all in your mind. You got colonized by a religion a book that Europeans gave to you. So at the end of the day, you are not an Israelite. And what happened is you can't fathom that. And that's one thing I haven't heard from Israel bound either. Where is the option that you're not an Israelite? Because you have to be. That's the end game. There's no, you talk about scholarship and debates. Where is the falsification process being done by an Israelite to say, here what? This is what I'm looking at. I'm looking at both sides of the argument. You're not an Israelite. Nobody knew they were an Israelite until they got the Bible. Nobody. So before you got the Bible, nobody knew they were an Israelite.
I'm going to move the court to have Brother Garfield calm himself down.
Respond to the King James. I'm going to do something. I'm going to do something. I bet you change your mind after this.
Because I'm willing to have any conversation with you, brother. You know I ain't that way.
Respond to Kyle.
But to what the brother said is that first thing I want to address is that the falsification that I went to any other text other than what Garfield brought up, and the one text that I brought up to explain Exodus chapter 10 and verse 2, two scriptures. Let's establish that first, because you just made a wild assertion. Secondly, I don't think you want to engage me when it comes to history. I don't think you want that smoke either. So what I'm saying is that when it comes to the argument that you made about no other place being called the house of bondage only proves my point further, like y'all been doing since y'all started this argument, that the fact that that place was referred to as the house of bondage by God himself in the scripture that I brought out, and that happens to be the same one that he used when he said they would go away on ships into bondage. That here's another wild assertion that he made, that slaves or people being taken as slaves get to make a contract with the people taken. That is the most absurd assertion that I've heard yet ever made, because slaves get taken as slaves. They don't make contracts. There are no rules, and you don't get to choose anything other than to live or die. And your choice of Okay, all right. So I'm gonna land my
That's
plane.
what I'm about to say.
I'm gonna land
Hold
right
on,
here.
I got a
I'm
challenger.
You,
I got a challenger,
you,
so I
you,
got to
you,
take the challenger.
you
But
can.
hold on, Kyle.
Hey,
Kyle, hold on 1 second, guys. Stop for a minute.
all right, go ahead.
Girl, keep your mic open. Let's read together. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships. What is this? So you're saying that, and the Lord shall bring thee into bondage again with ships, right?
Absolutely.
All right. Now, all right. Let me ask you a question. At Deuteronomy 28:68, if Moses wrote it, where were they in bondage?
I'm sorry.
When this is written by Moses, allegedly, right? Let's say
Mhm.
it's written by Moses. And the Lord
Okay.
shall bring thee into bondage again with ships, right?
Right.
Is that how you read it?
Oh, in the scripture that we're reading right now, the Lord shall lead you. I'm confused at what your question was.
No.
Now
I'm
I'm
asking,
definitely
do
confused.
you read it, and the Lord shall bring thee into bondage again with ships? Do you read it that way? That Egypt means bondage?
Right. I believe that's the understanding. Yes.
Okay. Watch this. Now, comma. They're putting it because they're translating or whatever. They decided to put a comma right here. Now, by the way whereof I spake unto thee. Who is talking right here?
The Lord.
All right. Thou shalt see it no more again. What is it that they shall not see no more again?
Bondage.
They won't see bondage anymore again. When did
Right.
God say, when did Moses or God said you will not see bondage before again? Before Deuteronomy 28:68.
Well, so that's the idea of keeping the law. When you go to the very first verse of, or not the first verse of the same chapter, but the 15th or 14th verse, where it tells you that if you don't keep these laws, these are the things that will come upon you. So
All
you know
right.
what I'm
So where
saying?
did
Something.
God say?
So we're not going to go. Go ahead. Go
Stop.
ahead.
By the way,
Go
whereof
ahead,
I
God.
spake. Who is I spake? Who is this? Who is I spake? I spake
This
unto
is
thee.
the
Who is this?
same person speaking in the same verse. Like we haven't left the
All right.
verse. So why
Okay.
would it be
All
a
right.
different
Now
speaker?
watch this. He said, by the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. By the way whereof I spake unto thee. So God spoke through Moses, saying, there is some place, I'm gonna take you back to this place where it's bondage. I said, thou shalt see it no more again. I want you to give me the book, chapter, verse where God told them, thou shalt see it no more again bondage. Please show
No,
me that.
I can't. I can't. I never professed to say that I can show you that book, chapter, and
Hold on.
verse.
Is that a fair question to ask you? Is that a fair question to ask?
I
Is
mean,
that a
yeah, it's
fair
a fair
question? All
question.
right, now watch
It
this.
sure is a
So,
fair
ladies and
question.
gentlemen, let me read it what the brother is saying. And the Lord shall bring thee into bondage again with ships. By the way whereof I spoke unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. Now look at this, family. You shall see it no more. See, literally, no more again. That's the chapters where I brought out Exodus 14 and Deuteronomy 17. You shall not see Egypt again. Literal Egypt. This is what kills your whole argument, because God is speaking
Okay.
through Moses. Hold on.
Did,
God is speaking through Moses. You see, what happened is we're so in love with the transatlantic slave trade and want to be Israelites so bad, we can't falsify what we believe.
where do we say but where do we say where? No, let me ask you a question. Where are we saying you making a false argument? You making a false.
Hold on. I gotta mute you for a second. You see, this is what kills it. Thou shalt see it no more again. I asked the brother, can you show me where it says before Deuteronomy 28:68 in chronological order from Genesis all the way to Deuteronomy 28:68, where it says that you shall not see it no more. See, when you're seeing something, you're literally seeing it. So you're not seeing bondage, you're seeing Egypt, because that's the place they're referring to. And the word "and there," that's what kills you again. I'll go back to this word right here, "and there." Place. It's referring to a place, not an action, not an adverb, not something that's going to be done to you. You got to wake up, bro. You're not seeing that. This is easy. This is easy work. But hold on a second, Israel bound. Let me get to Elijah ben Israel. Israel ben Israel, introduce yourself, my brother.
Hello, I'm Elijah Ben Israel.
Peace and love to you, brother. Welcome to the channel. It's all peace here. You got 2 minutes.
I would like to
insert. Go ahead. You got 2 minutes for yourself. Let's introduce yourself. Are you a part of a camp?
No, I'm not a part of a camp.
All right. So you are an Israelite. You said Deuteronomy 28. I'm misunderstanding it.
Yes,
you have an argument. You want to prove?
Yeah.
You want to prove you're an Israelite, or you want to prove that Deuteronomy 28? All right, prove you're an Israelite. Go ahead.
Slow down, brother. You saying a lot of things at one time. I want to address the first part of you said that we use these different versions of the Bible to try to prove your point, right? But let me ask you a question, Garfield. We got historical records and pictures and photos of Israelites being chained, right? Does that sound like a people?
Hold on. Let me get this straight. You said they have pictures and images of Israelites being chained. When is this?
All through history, we got pictures of Israelites. But
all right. What Israelites? What are you talking about, brother?
The point I'm trying to make with this, I don't want you to turn my point. The point I'm trying to make is, I'll just say this. I say we got people that were enslaved, bought over on slave ships to America, that were chained. You can't argue with that. Does that sound like a people who willingly turn themselves over to slavery? As you say, we gave ourselves over to bondage. Does that sound like a people who willingly gave themselves over to bondage? And another point I want to
let me answer that one question. Hold on, one at a time. That just proves my point. Because in the translation of the Hebrew, from the Hebrew, and in most translations, it says, there you will offer yourselves for sale. You did not sell yourself, you were kidnapped and sold. So this is why the version and understanding the Hebrew, which I really don't, but if you look at right here, it tells you right here, we hit Makartem, you will sell yourselves. That's what it's saying. It's not saying that you will be sold. And by the way,
that's ambiguous what you're saying now.
No, it's not ambiguous. It's saying ambiguous meaning something having two different meanings. I'm saying that you will sell. I'm responding to you. Can you wait until I'm finished, bro? You asked me a question. So let me respond. Just to let you know, I give you equal time. I don't have no problem listening. I'm saying to you, it says you will sell yourselves to your enemies. We as African Americans or Jamaicans or whatever coming over on slave ships, we did not sell ourselves to our enemies. We were kidnapped victims and sold, over 12 million of us. So this doesn't apply to us. All right.
Hold up, but did it say you will sell yourselves, or did it say you were offered to sell yourself?
It says you will sell yourselves to your enemies.
Okay, Garfield.
That's what it say. That's what Deuteronomy 28 and 68 says.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Garfield. Look at this. I want to go to Revelation.
No, it don't.
Revelation 11 and 8.
Hold on 1 second. One more thing before you go into the scripture, right? I'm gonna ask. You said that Garfield, you have pictures of people on being put in chains, and that the people that be put in chains is I forgot what you said. You said that the people were put in chains.
No,
and stuff.
What I said was that the picture we have of slavery, right? They have pictures of people that were put in slavery on ships, right? They were chained and bound, right? I said, does that sound like somebody who sold themselves, or does it sound like a people who are forcibly taken out of the country?
I will say
right. You are absolutely correct for your assertion, because those are not the same, right? Hey Garfield, can you do something for me, man, if you don't mind?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
If you could go to Scholars Gateway and pull up the Leningrad Codex, we can look at that word by his McCarthy in Hebrew, and it clearly shows you, because this is the actual Hebrew writing. It shows you that word and it defines it for you. So we don't have to go back and forth arguing about did they sell themselves or offer themselves for sale. We can get past that point by just simply pulling it up.
All right. You know what? I don't want to go there, because even if you show them that, it's not going to make a difference to them. So I'd rather break it down with the Deuteronomy 28:68, and the reason why, because I'm looking at it from a chronological perspective. And Israel bound, you can't show me anybody where it says Remember what I told you? You will not see it no more again. You won't see no more bondage or whatever. There's nowhere in the Old Testament, in the Torah, where it says that you will not see bondage anymore. He says specifically twice, you will not see the Egyptians no more forever. And in Deuteronomy 17:16, it says you will never see Egypt no more again. So God is talking to Moses, and he literally said that, bro, and you're denying that. That is crazy.
So I'm asking you, when did they see Egypt again?
When did they see Egypt again? They saw it when the Assyrians, when they went with the Assyrians.
Okay, what I'm saying, Garfield, based on what information?
The Assyrians have records. It's in Archaeological records. That's
it.
Do you want me to bring it up?
That said, yes, sir.
You want me to bring up Archaeological transporting?
I want yeah, on ships to Egypt as bondmen and bondwomen.
I don't know about bondmen and bondwomen. I don't know about that part.
Yeah, then you run into a problem because that's what the script says.
No, but that's the point, though. You're being a literalist. So if you read everything in the Bible, you're taking it literally?
No, okay. I want to bring out this scripture since the brother brought out this point about
hold on, Elijah, please 1 second. The reason why Israel bound is holding on to ships because we came over on the transatlantic slave trade, but it doesn't match the biblical text because it's talking about literal Egypt. I could point out, listen, right? We could falsify each other's argument. Let's falsify Garfield. Garfield, does it say bondage? That they will never see bondage no more again? Did God say that at any time? We have God being quoted twice of not seeing Egyptians and not seeing Egypt no more again. So this is why in Deuteronomy it says, as way off I spoke of, you will not see it no more again. What is he referring to? He's referring to Deuteronomy 17 and Exodus 14 and 13. I have a prerequisite or a precept, as you guys call it, to why that was said in Deuteronomy 28. You don't have one for bondage. Hence, my argument is stronger than yours. It's literal. And then on top of it, I pointed to the fact that they use the word there to refer to a place, Egypt, not to an action of being in slavery or bondage. My argument is a much stronger argument. Whether you want to agree with me or not, you're saying that, oh, we don't have any records of people going onto slave ships. We have records of the Phoenicians capturing Hebrews and sending them to Greece. To Egypt by Alexander the Great. We have records of in 135 of records again of Jews being taken. Eusebius refers to it, and other history. I think Cassius Dio or other historians. Then we have records of literally Assyrians under Ashurnapal of taking them literally into Egypt. Now, whether they were bondmen or bondwomen or slaves, that's a whole nother conversation. But I'm saying I would not take it literally.
Okay. All I'm saying, go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother.
Bring out my scripture that I want to bring out because I'm going to prove a point with this, like the brother Israel Bound was saying, that these things are symbolic of slavery, of bondage. Now, I want to go to Revelations 11 and 8. And Israel Bound, could you read that for me? Revelation 11 and 8.
I don't have.
Why are we going to Revelation? I thought you was here to prove you're in Hebrew.
No. I don't want you to turn this conversation. I want you to stay right there.
I thought we were in on Deuteronomy 28.
Right there at 11 and 8. Revelation 11 and 8, because I want to show you that things can be spoken of in a symbolic way. Now I'm going to read this.
King James Version, and their dead bodies shall line the street of the great city, which spiritually is called Sodom and Egypt, where also was crucified. Okay.
So where was the Lord crucified at?
Where also our Lord was crucified in Jerusalem.
Where was he crucified at?
In Judea.
Huh?
In Judea.
He was crucified in Golgotha, right? Right, Jerusalem, right?
Let me ask you a question. What does it say right here? It says,
I don't want you to get it stuck now.
Hold on. It says, which spiritually.
Right.
The verse in Deuteronomy 28 is not.
That's what the brother was trying to point out.
My brother, no, you're not.
I'll let you talk.
Go ahead. Finish.
Okay, now that's what the brother was trying to point out. Some things are taken spiritually. Now, this is talking about Jerusalem, right? But it says it's called spiritually Sodom, and Egypt. There's no getting around with that. That's a double-edged sword, Garfield. So the brother was right when he said that things can be called spiritually things, and they're symbolic. That's what you don't see.
Okay, can I ask you a question, sir? When it says, by the way whereof I spoke unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again, what is he talking about? What is God talking through Moses saying?
He's telling him, let me go back and do. Now, I don't want you to run away from Revelations 11.
No. I just asked you one simple question.
I don't want you to run away from that.
I agree that things can be spiritual. I agree.
Oh, okay, we going somewhere. We getting somewhere.
But it specifically said spiritually.
Yeah.
Egypt and spiritually expanded. It says it. It doesn't say it here. But I'm gonna ask you a question again. What does it mean by the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again? What is this talking about?
Let me go to Deuteronomy 28:6, okay?
It's on the screen.
I can't. I'm not.
No, it ain't up there.
Sorry, by the way, they can't get around that. You see, this is what
it ain't up there, Garfield.
By the way whereof I spake unto thee. And look at what Bible Hub did. Bible Hub said, let me give you a cross reference to what he's talking about. The number one cross reference is, he will accomplish for you today. For the Egyptians you see today, you will never see again. You will never see again. And then when you go to Deuteronomy 17:16, it says, you will never see Egypt no more again. That's what it's referring to.
Okay, now let me show you something.
Right, we agree.
Let me say something. What does it mean? By the way, what does that way? What does that mean? What is that implying? Way. By the way.
By the way, I spoke to you before about this.
But what does that mean? By the way.
By the way is just a figure of speech, brother.
You're not answering my question.
I just answered you. By the way, whereof I spoke unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. By the way, which way? You will not see. By the way.
My interpretation goes by the way of ship.
No, my brother. It says by the way whereof. Where again is a location. I'm telling y'all. What does whereof mean?
Whereof I spoken to you.
Hold on, my brother.
Listen to what we're saying.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let's do this together. You could talk. By the way, where? What does where mean?
Whereof. It doesn't say where. It says whereof.
Okay. Whereof I spake unto thee. Whereof I spake unto thee. That when did God speak unto them that they shall see somewhere no more?
This is a prophecy.
Where did he do this?
This is a prophecy by Moses. So Moses is looking at Moses.
No. It says, and the Lord, which is Yahweh or the Most High, shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships. By the way, this is a condition. If you between blessings and curses. So this is a part of the cursing to bring you back into the land that you were taken out of bondage, which is Egypt, and he took you out by land. You walked out. So this time he's going to bring you back in with ships if you don't follow the law, statutes, and commandments. But he told you, you shall not see it no more again. Where did God tell you you shall see no more again? Where? This is the question right now. Where did God tell you? Right here. By the way unto thee, thou shalt see no more again. Where is God? What is he talking about?
I'm trying to address your first point. Now I'm in the Blue Letter Bible, right? I'm clicking on by the way. It's H 1870, right? I'm going there, right? Now I'm gonna play this pronunciation, right?
Strong's H 1870.
Look what it says: way, road, distance, journey. See, way, path. See, this is the thing you don't look at. You got to go into the Bible usage and see what that word means. He said, by the way, by way of ship.
Let me agree with you, brother.
No, Kyle. No, Kyle. Watch this. By the way, whereof I spake unto thee. He said, I spake unto thee thou shalt see it no more again. When did God tell you through Moses, thou shalt see it no more again? Before Deuteronomy 28:68 was written.
Well, this is a prophecy, Garfield.
I'm gonna ask you again. I'm gonna ask you again. It's not a prophecy, by the way. It's a condition. If it's a blessing and a curse,
it's a prophecy.
If you hold on. You're saying it's a prophecy. It's not a prophecy.
Again, it's not a prophecy, but it came to pass.
No. Listen to me carefully.
It came to pass.
Listen to me carefully. By the way whereof I spake unto thee. Spake is the past tense of speak. So that means he spoke to you before and told you, thou shalt see no more again. When did Moses relate to you from God, thou shalt see no more again? Bondage or Egypt? Where did he say that before?
This was in the wilderness. Hold on for a minute. Hold on for 1 minute. I'll be back. I got some. Hold on for 1 minute. Go ahead, Israel.
Hold on. No. I don't want him. You know what, Israel bound? Don't say a word, because now
I'm not.
Web, and he can't get out. You see, this is the key.
I'm gonna keep quiet.
It says, by the way whereof I spake unto thee. When did God speak unto thee? Thou shalt see it no more again. When he was telling the Israelites. When did he say that? In Exodus and in Deuteronomy 17. You can't get around it. You could run around, go for blue letter Bible, get words to pronounce, and there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen. You can't get around it. You can't get around it. You got to show me where that. And if you look at Bible Hub, that's why I like Bible Hub. Bible Hub give you cross references. So it gives you that, and it says, I will punish those who live in the land of Egypt, just as I punished Jerusalem. And you go to Hosea, you go to Leviticus, go to Isaiah, it goes to Ezekiel, it goes to 2 Kings, it goes to Nehemiah, go to Jeremiah, Lamentations, Acts, Revelation. It actually goes to Revelations 11 and 8, like he said. You go to Luke 21:24. You go to a bunch of scriptures, but it also goes to where? Where does it go to? Deuteronomy 17:60. For as much as the Lord hath said unto you, ye shall henceforth return no more that way. The way off. Henceforth return no more that way. Boom. So why would you return? Because he's going to make you go back again into Egypt, but this time on ships, not by land. You went by land when Jacob and the 75 went into Egypt. That's all it is. You guys are trying to impose this Egypt to mean bondage, to refer to the transatlantic slave trade. It don't fit. It doesn't fit. Like it doesn't fit. You gotta acquit. Gotta quit. I don't want Israel about to say one more word. Elijah, right here.
Okay. Hey Garfield, I just want to point out something. I'm sorry. It just the nerd in me, and it's really killing me that we do this all the time. So when we go to Bible Hub or Blue Letter Bible, stuff like that, where you're looking up the triconsonantal root of a word. So you don't get the tense of that word. So that's why I mentioned bringing up the Scholar's Gateway, because you actually get the word with its prefix, suffix, and its proper connotation, and it defines that word for you. So we don't have to just look at the triconsonantal root, because all you're going to see is the call stems in there. All you're going to see is way or through or path, but you're not going to see it. You're not going to see that word actually means to go down the path or went away from the path. You're not going to see that by looking at the call stem of words. And this is why these arguments, they show the lack of in-depth scholarship that we're doing. And this is why we get stuck in these arguments, because we're not diving deep into actual language. And that I'm not sure if y'all understand what I'm saying. I'm sure Garfield does, but this is why we keep getting stuck in these little nonsensical arguments. We're arguing about words that don't even fucking say that.
Well, we don't have to add. We don't have to insert ad homs, because what you're saying, we don't really see. You go into all these different translations trying to prove your point. You know what I'm saying? And you can put up a translation.
Elijah, don't do that. Elijah,
hold on.
He said he gonna be back. No, don't answer that. I want you to know we're dealing with one thing with you, bro. We're not moving. We staying right here. This
but your man spoke up.
My man, you could deal with him after. We right here. I want to know, by the way whereof I spake. I spake is past tense. That means he spoke to them before. Unto thee, thou shalt see no more again. So show me in the scriptures where God said that he was going to put you in bondage before, and he said he shall not do it no more again. Because if you find that, I have to change my tune. But I could find where he says you shall not go into Egypt physically. And there here is the place, and we're off. Is referring to again another place. I want to see you show me that. I'm not moving from right here. This is where we're at.
Okay. The thing about it is, Garfield, okay, let's take it slow. I'm walking with you, Garfield, because I know you're in a conundrum right now. So the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again. If he's implying again, that means we were already in slavery one time in ancient Egypt. But notice
stop. Hold on. It says, and the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again. So this is physical Egypt. He did bring them into Egypt before, but this time he brought them with land, and they left with land. So this time he said, I'm going to bring y'all back with ships.
Right. So you get the point. Now you get the point.
Literal Egypt. Not
bondage. Wait. I'm trying to the brother tried to point out. Then we went to Revelation. We know it's speaking a symbolic language.
We know that in Revelations there is. We're talking about this scripture. There's nothing in here that says it's spiritual or whatever. We could assume.
Okay, so you're looking. See, now this is your
Where
argument.
did God said, "Thou shalt see no more again"? Where is that? I spake unto thee. Where is that?
You're playing semantics now. Because I'm trying to go out with you, right? I'm trying to walk with you. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again. So we agree that we were in captivity, right? That's why I'm trying to show that word Egypt there in this scripture, in that context, means in bondage. I'm going to bring you into bondage again, but this is the way you're going into the bondage, with ships. That way you'll be able to recognize what people are the people of the most.
When did God speak to them? It says, I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. Where is that before Deuteronomy 28:68? Between Genesis 1 and Deuteronomy 28:6-7. Show me where God says, I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. That he's not going to see bondage anymore. Because if you could show that, the conversation's over. I will concede you are correct.
Okay. This is a prophecy, right? Mm-hmm. Right? So I'm trying to walk with you, and the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again. That's talking about
continue again with ships.
Okay. By the way, whereof I spake unto you, I showed you in the blue letter Bible what it's talking about the way.
Okay.
I went there, I clicked on it. I mean, you're gonna go to different Bibles and all that.
Hold on. That's fine. But by the way, whereof I spake unto thee. What did he speak of unto thee? What did he tell them? What did he tell them before Deuteronomy 28:68? From Genesis 1 to Deuteronomy 28:6-7, what did God tell them? Thou shalt. Why did he say thou shalt see it no more again? What is he referring to?
He, like the brother brought out, he said, you shall see it no more again. You shall not see this captivity or your homeland. Right?
Where is that in between Genesis 1 and Deuteronomy 28:6-7? That's the verses before this. So what is he referring to? Give me a precept.
I'm trying to figure out what you're asking me. Because
it says, hold on. It says, by the way whereof I spake. So I is referring to God, because God is talking through Moses. I spake unto thee. He's talking to the Israelites. Thou shalt see it no more again. When did God tell the Israelites thou shalt not see it no more again, referring to either bondage or Egypt? Where did he do that at? Please just point it out to me, please.
I'm still confused, but I'm trying to. I showed you by the way what the by the way mean. Where have I spoken to?
Hold on. You said the blue letter Bible, right? Let me bring the blue letter Bible. I want to see what you're seeing. Blue.
Because you're kind of confusing me, Garfield. Because
I think you stuck.
The points I'm making.
You never thought about this before. You never thought about it.
Making. I mean, in a way, you're playing semantics.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Watch this. Deuteronomy. Hold on. Deuteronomy 28, verse 68. I'm gonna get the KJV. And let me see what Deuteronomy at. Deuteronomy 34. What is this? All right, let me get Hold on. What is this? You requested for chapter 28 to go change to the last chapter 30. Deuteronomy 28. All right, let me go down to 68. All right, now let me press on tools. All right. All right. Again with ships. Okay. So what? Well, hold on. What you say again? By the way, whereof, which is H8 and 17, the phrase. Let me see what it says about the phrase. By the way, and he turned unto her by the way. So they're showing several references to by the way, by the way. So it seems like it's an idiom. By the way of the Red Sea to narrow, by the way of the spies, by the way of the Red Sea, by the way of Bashan, by the way of Mount Seir, by the way of the mountain of Amorite. Okay, so let me go back to the blue letter, to the by the way, unto thee, thou shalt see it. Thou shalt see it. Let's see what thou shalt see it says. And the Lord shall bring, thou shalt see it with thine eyes. That's 2 Kings 7. Thou shalt see it with thine eyes. 2 Kings 7:19. Thou shalt see it. Again, Psalm 37:34. So it seems like thou shalt see it have to do with literally seeing with your eyes. So thou shalt see it no more again is referring to bondage or Egypt, based off of what you're arguing. Or we are arguing.
Right. That's what I just told you. I just told you that.
That's fine.
Before you looked it up, I told you that.
So when did God tell them they shall not see it no more again?
I don't know that question.
This is my point. This is my point. I'm trying to tell you and the other brother, bro. God said it. God said it before through Moses, bro, in Exodus 14 and Deuteronomy 17:16. These are writings before Deuteronomy 28:68. And if you go to those writings, he's referring to literal Egypt. What I'm saying to you, my brother, I know you have your belief. All I'm asking you is to concede the point that you cannot find any reference where God told anyone, thou shalt see it no more again, outside of those two scriptures, which is below. All right, do you know what the word chronology means? Like when I say chronology, I mean Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. That's the chronology, right? So before Deuteronomy 28:68, you have Genesis, you have Exodus, you have Leviticus, you have Numbers. Then you have up to Deuteronomy, then you have up to Deuteronomy 28:67. I'm saying you cannot find any reference where God is saying, thou shalt see it no more again, referring to bondage. You see it referring to literal Egypt. That's why he's saying to them, by the way, whereof I spake unto thee, which is the future. He spoke to them in the past tense. I spake it. So if I spake unto thee, that means I spoke to you before about this, that you will not see Egypt again no more. That is what the sentence is saying. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Oh boy. Now,
hold on. He said, by the way, whereof God. Okay. Let me finish, brother. It's simple. By the way, whereof I spake unto thee. Who is the I? The Most High through Moses. And what did he say through Moses? Thou shalt see it no more again. What did he say? When did he say that? What's the precept? Exodus 14:13 and Deuteronomy 17:16. You don't have a precept. I have a precept, and I'm not even an Israelite.
Okay. Your first fallacy was you said that spake is past tense. But let me show you, my brother. Spake is not always past tense, right?
So hold on, we need to go back to when we were 8 years old.
Wait a minute, Garfield. I did not. No, I'm dealing one at a time, Garfield. I let you speak. I let you speak, Garfield. Now we're going to Genesis 8:15. God spake unto Noah, right? That's present. That's not past.
Whoa! I spake unto Noah. It's past tense, bro.
Bro, that's not past tense. Cause look
at it. That's past tense.
He said, "Go forth." No, that's not Garfield. Let me finish. Garfield. Let me finish. Look at the next verse. Look at the next verse. Go forth of the ark, thou and thy wife. That's not past tense. He's talking present tense. So already you're caught up in a fallacy. See, all this
No.
Can
I ask you a question? Let's do this, bro. I'm gonna do this live on the air right here. I'm gonna do this live, right? I'm gonna share my screen. I'm gonna go to Google right here. I'm gonna show you what I'm doing right now.
Who is saying that? Israel Bound is saying that, or Elijah?
Israel Bound is quiet. He ain't got nothing to do with this. He's smart. He's smart.
So you need to
Garfield, you just told me don't say nothing. Hold up, Garfield. You told me don't say nothing.
Hold on, guys. Look at this. Spake. Look at spake. Right? Do you want me to press what the meaning is in the Bible, or you want me to just press spake in general?
I'm telling you.
Which one do you want me to press?
The context of what I'm reading now is not past here.
We're going to look at what spake means.
The context of what I'm reading right now is not past.
Look at what it says. Look at what it says.
Let's get the definition.
Archaic past of speak. What does spake mean in the Bible? Let's go to that.
Google this. Look
at it. Hold on. Look at what AI says. In the context of the King James Bible, spake is an archaic or old-fashioned past tense of the verb speak. You don't murk your own self, bro. You committed suicide on the Dagger Squad. I can't believe you are a grown man with children, bro, trying to teach our people.
Wait a minute. Give me a minute. Give me
just admit.
Let me type something in, Garfield.
Just admit that you was wrong, Elijah, and move on.
Elijah, just say you're wrong, bro, and we move on from that, bro. Let's say you're wrong, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, man. I'm gonna add you to the Dagger Squad, man. I'm gonna make you an official member, man. Come on, man. Come on. Don't do me that, bro.
He gonna tell Israel Bound to be quiet and then act like Israel Bound quiet because he's scared to talk.
Nah,
hey, but not for real though.
Never that, bro. Never that. But I don't want you to fellow Israelite that he's wrong. I don't want to put you in that position. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to get the all riled up. Oh, you agree with Garfield, man. I can't mess with you. You agree with God. You know how cult members are, man. But let me ask you then, since you want to come off mic, is spake the past tense of speak, brother?
Past tense.
Okay, thank you, my brother. You see, do you believe your fellow Israelite, my brother, that you're wrong? Do you want to admit that you're wrong? Or are you going to Google and try to find spake in some other way? This is just bad. This is just bad, yo. This is bad. Now, this is the point that I'm trying to make. By the way, whereof I spake unto thee. When did God speak unto thee and said, thou shalt see it no more again? And we have two instances. Again, Exodus 14:13 and Deuteronomy 17:16. That's the only two times. And before Deuteronomy 28:68 is written. I'm going by chronological order from Genesis 1 to Deuteronomy 28:67. I'm falsifying my own argument right now by pointing out that thou shalt see it no more again, or any reference to a statement like that. God twice, and that's it. Game over. Jay, you want to say something though? Because you was waiting a long time. Go ahead, brother.
It's cut clear. I mean, he really doesn't have a leg to stand on. You just gave a clear definition of what the word spake meant.
That's the only point he made out of the whole argument, and that's the point you want to bring up, right? So,
yo, Elijah, we don't cut people off. Elijah, we don't cut people off while they're making a point. King J ain't speak the whole time. Just let him rock for a minute and a half, and you can get it back, bro. Ain't no big deal. I ain't in no rush. Go ahead, King J. Finish your point, bro. You see how disciplined the non-believers are? The people that don't believe the Bible. You see how disciplined King J is? Go ahead, King J.
I just came in, so I was only able to speak on what I actually did here. So I wasn't able to speak on anything before that point. So if you want to continue dialogue, then we can just kind of go back and forth a little bit.
I'll say this. I'm gonna end on it. When you look at the text as a whole, not just within the confines of Deuteronomy 28, and you look at the symbolic nature of the place we are today, different things that you read about in Revelations and other places, and just the overall theme of the whole book, right? Like, because it's easy to go in and look at different things and say, oh, okay, this means this or this means that. But if you study the Bible and you read the Bible like as a point of your own belief, well, like what you truly believe and have faith
But
in,
but you know,
and
I
you
think that
study,
at some point, I
if
think
I
at
could,
some point, oh,
if I could, brother, I'm
oh,
be real brief.
okay.
And so I'm just speaking from the standpoint of people who study in, more in depth, you know what I'm saying? Like meanings of words are important, not from an English standpoint, but from a standpoint of where the thought originated, right?
Mhm.
Hebraic thought, and then sometimes that's even Greek thought. So, it's a huge amount of information and applications that have to be applied to this stuff in order to come to a sound, reasonable debate. Now, as this started, and I'm gonna land here, when this started, Garfield said, this is what Israelites believe. He ties me to a lot of different things, and I like it because it gives me a chance to argue. But for the life of me, he has tied me to Ezra some kind of way.
Oh,
And
you're
me
not.
and him have agreed a lot.
That's my
We
bad. That's
agree. We agree a lot about Ezra's. You know what I'm saying? The writings.
I would want to debate on a historical basis of the claim of being Israelites here in America. I would love to debate that. Whenever you're ready, we could do it. We could chop it up a little.
You said that. Okay.
I don't think, historically speaking, that we being Israelites or descendants of ancient Israelites has ever been proven. I think it's just purely a belief, and there's nothing to stand on factually. Now, I don't get into if Jews were in West Africa. I don't get into that because that's kind of like a vague. I could bring up something right now about population numbers and prove to you that not much Jews were there, and the population of Jews wasn't that much anyway. But I'll say this to you: most of the Jews that left out of Spain and Portugal went back to Israel, went back to North Africa, went to Egypt, went to Yugoslavia, what's called Yugoslavia today, went to Sweden, went to Switzerland, went to Germany, went to Poland, went to all these places. So what I find is, like, I know you're probably familiar with Benaiah Ben Israel and Dante Forces, that they use these Sephardic Jews or these so-called Iberian Jews and try to say that, oh, it says here that they're black. And even if they are black, they're just not us. They're not connected to us. And the Sephardic Jews that went into Africa slept with African women and had the Luso-African children, mulatto children, who will live separately. And then the other Jews that you find in African and Arabic sources, they're doing some wild shit. They eat meat, they eating pig, they eating all type of stuff, but they Jews by faith. But you could say that they're converts because they still live in the dirty lifestyle they was living when they didn't convert. So when they converted, the Jews converted them. That's how they weren't really ethnical Jews. So that's how those Jews now, you can't claim them unless you want to claim them. That's fine. They're Berber converts, but they still didn't come on the slave ships. So I'm saying that we have no evidence that Jews who are connected to ancient Israelites are in some way, shape, or form ever came over on slave ships. I've never seen evidence to say, you know what, Garfield, you got to change your tune. I've changed my tune about Ethiopia. I've changed my tune about so I've changed my tune about Jesus. Israel, but I used to teach Jesus don't exist 10 years ago. I changed that. Everybody hate me now for that shit.
Bro, let me say this real quick to Israel, because I do want to say this. I do think that at some point everybody on this panel has been through the Hebrewic train of thought. And I just think that we outgrew it and we evolved into more. We learned that wasn't the truth. Most people that I find that speak this doctrine are indoctrinated. And you're coming from a religious point of view. If you actually study historically, you wouldn't say the things that you say. You wouldn't call them Israelites. You would know that they were Amu. The different tribes like that.
Israel, before you respond to that, Elijah Ben Israel, my brother, now that we on this situation, it seems like you are the brother Israel Baum can't show me where God through Moses ever said, I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again, an example of referring to Egypt or bondage. I show the example of Egypt. So I think I have an upper hand with that conversation. I think I have won the conversation as far as the process is concerned. But at this point, I think I'm, you know what, let me be humble. At this point, I think I'm leading.
I think I am leading because I showed you the revelation.
Israel, hold on. Let me finish with Elijah real quick, and you could jump in. Elijah, would you agree? Elijah Ben Israel, are you still there, my brother? Because you were eager to come.
No, that wasn't me talk. That wasn't me. That was him talking, Garfield.
Yeah. Okay, Elijah, let me ask you a quick question, bro. Do you think you are a bloodline Israelite that traced back to like 2,800 years ago, back to Israel?
Yes, I believe that. I believe that.
Right. Can you hold on? So is it based on belief or is it based on historical information?
It's based on historic and belief because.
All right. No. Don't go any further. What I'm gonna ask you now is for you to prove through history that you're an Israelite. I don't want to hear this person, that person. I want to hear about you. I don't know you.
Right.
I don't know you from interacting in the text, but just prove to me you like. If you ask me if I was born in Jamaica, I could bring up my birth certificate. If you say, did I go back to the slave ships? I could go back and say, hey, I could find this slave ship where this slave came off and this person slept with this person. Now, I would love for you to prove you are an Israelite. Right.
Because since we were brought into slavery and our name taken, all that was taken from us, we don't have really, we can only go back to like maybe our great-great-grandfather at the most, because all that was taken from us, our language, our heritage, everything.
I don't want to hear about us. I want to hear about you.
Well, I'm fine to me. When I say us, I'm talking about the Israelites. That goes for me and all the other Israelites.
So you can't show it then. So you can't prove it. You're just basing it off of opinion.
Well, you can't prove where you come from besides Jamaica. That was an island that they dropped slaves off to.
Okay, 1.2 million. Go ahead. We are records.
That was a point. Then now going back to what you said, can we prove it? Because they cut off our heritage. That's why they keep renaming us the
African American or black or whatever.
Wait.
But do you have anyone coming off the slave ship? Hold on. Do you have anyone coming off the slave ship that came over into the Western Hemisphere, whether it's in the Caribbean, South America or America, and say that they were a Hebrew, a Jew, or an Israelite? Do you have any records that states that?
You keep cutting me off. You ask me something, you cut me off. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Nobody came off a slave ship and kept their records up until now. That's foolishness. Nobody did that. So what you're asking me is crazy. Nobody came off a slave ship and had their birth certificate or their identification. All that was script from them. That's why I say through faith, I believe that we are the people that went through this transatlantic slave trade.
You're talking about history, brother. I asked you to show
that is history. That is history.
I asked you to show, bro. A white man introduced your whole family to the Bible, bro. Let's stop playing games. You never knew the Bible.
Wait, what did you say?
The slave master gave us the Bible, bro. So stop playing games.
No, he did. No, he did. No, he did.
Okay, how did you get the Bible?
I know he didn't.
How did you get the Bible? How?
No, I know he didn't. Because if he gave us that Bible, right? Why did he have to translate it into his own language? If he gave us the Bible, it was translated out of the original tongue. So if it was his Bible, he gave it to, he wouldn't have to translate it.
All right. You know what? I'm gonna say this to everybody. Everybody's gonna be mad with me. You know, when they said that the Bible is the white man's book, literally Europeans organized and compiled and put this book together. Not one Israelite played a role. Now watch this. Israelites may have had some of the writings done, but they didn't compile. In the first century, there was no New Testament, brother. There was no New Testament in the first century. There was no New Testament in the second century until Irenaeus organized one and compiled together, a man from France who was not a black man like me and you. This is a European. Then he had another European organize the books in 397. That's when it got codified. Israelites did not play a role with the New Testament. a matter of fact, it got sanctioned and nationalized by the Romans. So you have a Bible today because of European people. What are you talking about? What are you referring to? I don't get this. This whole black thing and we did this and we did that. No, you did not. So I'm asking you again, how did you get here on the slave trade? Show and prove how you're an Israelite. I guarantee you, King J, I bet you $100 right now, this man can't show nothing. He gonna tell me about his belief when I'm talking about history. Come on, Elijah. You was in the chat talking all this craziness. Now you see why Israelite doctrine is on the deathbed. They can't prove nothing. Garfield is a beast at this. You can't show nothing. Show me one slave that came off and said, yo, they might have taken away my language, but how is it that they slaves, they Jews in West Africa, but got on the boat? They must have got divine amnesia. Get out of here, bro. Come on, man. Let's keep it real, bro. You can't prove it. You believe it. And that's it. It sounds good. You want to be chosen. Just be honest. Okay. I want to be chosen too, King J. I'm about to be an Israelite tomorrow. Just for tomorrow.
After all, how do we come to speak the English language then?
What?
We didn't speak.
We forgot Hebrew.
Wait, Garfield. I asked you a question. How do we come to speak the English language?
Because we were colonized.
Right.
You were colonized by the British.
Right.
So what's your point?
Right. So what I'm trying to show you is you're asking
Are you
me.
from the South? Are you from the South? Or are you from the North? Where are you from?
Hold on. You come on.
I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm not trying. Hold on. Let me take off.
See, I'm cooking in the kitchen, so I had to come back and forth. I got to come back and forth because I'm cooking. I'm trying to say something while I can.
I'm lethal today. I'm in a lethal mood today.
I mean, you're bragging on yourself. You're bragging on yourself, and you shouldn't have to brag on yourself. Your information should brag on you. You shouldn't. If you brag on you, even the Bible tells you, if you brag on yourself,
I don't care about the Bible. I asked you to show and prove you're an Israelite.
That's not wise to brag on yourself.
My brother, I don't care about that. I don't go by the rules of the Bible. I'm saying to you, show and prove how you are descended from ancient Israelites.
So if you don't go by the rules of the Bible, how can you?
You have not shown any. Hold on. Elijah. I'm gonna ask you again.
I gotta cook, man. You're not giving me time to talk. I gotta go back and forth to the kitchen. But you're not giving me time to talk.
I'm gonna shut up right now. Look how Israel Bound gonna answer this easily. Israel Bound, can you show us through historical information that you're an Israelite from ancient Israel?
You said through historical.
Can you prove that your ancestors descend from Israelites, ancient Israelites?
No, I don't. I never have taken that approach that I needed to prove my genealogy as far as this is concerned.
All right. So
that's just that. Are
you a convert? Or are you a bloodline?
No. I'm not saying any of that. What I'm saying is that based on the curses of the Bible, you know what we believe. Based on the curses of the Bible.
Not having a theological
it's not that's fine.
Well, how you say you kill me with the history? What history you gonna kill me with if you can't make something up right now and come sugarcoat it later on? I'm saying to you, my brother Israel Bound, you're a smart guy. And you're trying your best to live by the laws and statutes and commandments. But bro, not one Hebrew Israelite on this planet can show and prove that they are connected to ancient people that lived in the Levant. It's a belief.
Yeah. I think that would prove true to any place that you try to trace yourself to in ancient times.
I'm talking about Israelites. I'm not talking about the Bible.
That's what I'm saying. I got you.
I'll let you know. I come from Ammon, from Egypt. I'm an Ammonite, so I could prove.
Okay, I understand. Okay, all right. So you can prove that through how?
No. You didn't ask me that. I'm asking you to prove.
I just told you that I go by a different system of proof.
All right. So you're saying that the prophecies of the whole world and all that stuff. But let me address this carefully. The reason why we have to have this conversation is because a lot of people saying the Hebrew Israelism is the way to go. And Garfield is trying to stop us from our awakening, right? The problem is, this is how cults and bad behavior is produced. Look at the Christian church with the Roman Catholics. Who sodomizes kids and abuse kids more than the Roman Catholic Church? And we got the Bible through the Roman Catholic Church. We got to remember that, because the Roman Catholic Church authorized the Portuguese, who also were Christians under the Catholic, because remember, they had the armies that was battling the Ottoman Empire. Oh, let me say Ottoman Empire, because I got my man Savior in here, so we know what time it is. So, ladies and gentlemen, you got your Bible because of the same white man that you call the Edomite. And on top of it,
who did the Roman Catholic Church? Who did the Roman Catholic Church get their right?
Let me finish, brother. The Roman Catholic Church got their Bible through the sanction of the Roman government, who legalized and nationalized the Bible and made the New Testament an official book in the Roman society from 312, around 312 AD. Y'all could correct me on that. When they nationalized it at that time, 10% of the population, which was 6 million, were believers or Christians out of the 60 million. So you had 6 million Christians who were already in the Roman Empire. So now it was spreading like wildfire. They say, yo, let's nationalize this, man. Boom, 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 boom. Then you had the Council of Nicaea. They arguing about the divinity or if Jesus is Christ or whatever they're arguing about, right? Then by 397 or 379, they made an official New Testament canon. So I'm saying this is the Roman government doing that. Out of the Roman government, you have Eastern Christianity, Western Christianity. In fact, the Roman church gave the Ethiopians the church. So when people brag and say Ethiopia has never been conquered, all you got to do is tell them what your religion is, your main religion, and you've been conquered. So we don't need to send those soldiers no more, and they conquered the Ethiopians to the point where they was fighting the Parthians, and they send the Ethiopian soldiers to go fight the Parthians instead of the Roman soldiers. Like, let them niggas kill each other. We ain't got time for this. We ain't want our white bodies to be killed. So let me say this right now. So at that point, the New Testament is circulating. You have the Mauritanian canon, which was a canon that had the Apocalypse of Peter that said that Jesus didn't die. Then you have Irenaeus that had 22 books. Then you had the 27 books with Origen, and then you had the books with Athanasius and all that stuff. Now watch this now. The Roman government is overseeing and approving all of this. And that's how you got a Bible today, bro. Old and New Testament, bro. That's how you got it. You got it.
But what I'm asking you is the practices of the Roman Catholic Church found within the teachings or the writings of what they had?
What? No. Hold on.
It was a simple question.
Don't care. My point was that you got the Bible courtesy of the Roman Catholic Church, and that goes to all Christians too.
Listen, but hold on. We're not going by.
Let me finish.
It's a bad or horrible argument.
I am saying, this is what I am saying. I'm saying you got the Bible. You got the Bible, brother. Courtesy of the Roman Catholic Church to break off from the Protestants. The Anglican Church, which was the British Church, brought the Bible to America. That's the British. And that's why the Protestant movement, the Pentecostalism, branched off from that. And that's how you got the Hebrew Israelites. Hey, Petro, if I'm misleading, please come and correct me, all right?
Yes, you are.
He absolutely isn't. And you know what, Garfield? That video from Useful Charts will slay all these cats that I sent you. That video breaking down the emperors of the Roman Empire up to the fall of the Ottoman Constantinople in 1453. It'll slay them. They don't know what they're talking about. Neither one of these cats on this panel who think they're Hebrew Israelite don't even know anything about the wars that helped finalize their book. Y'all need to lay down and respect.
What is he talking about?
If Garfield was to play the video from Useful Charts about the Roman emperors from who did it start with? I think from 300 up to 1453, y'all are done.
Let me deal with this troll right here. My brother, why don't you let me tag Yawasa, who's probably watching right now, and ask him if I couldn't handle his information. You see, the problem is you guys are trying to prove you don't know how to research. That's the problem. You don't know how to falsify information because y'all want to, look for information to agree with your belief instead of actually doing research and see what aligns with your belief. See, that's
I'm just listen. What I'm saying is this.
Let me finish my
You
point.
say,
My point.
man,
I'm just
you keep
behind the stage.
you just
hold on 1 second, Israel Bound. The guy on the screen, anyone look up Garfield and Yawasap. Yawasap got destroyed, and every Israelite I spoke to said I beat him up. The only people that said he won was the people from his camp, because you're gonna say your boy won. But everybody else, the Israelite and Christians on Clubhouse, saying I smashed them in that debate. I'm not bragging because Yawasap's my dude. Yawasap is one of the few that actually do research. Like he don't teach the foolishness about why that is Judah anymore, because the conversations we've had, we've looked up. You see, that's the problem. We see the word Judah and we want to align ourselves with the Israelites who we say is fake. We said that the Jews, the rabbinical Jews, are fake, but their history in Europe, y'all are using that and then try to make them black and then use that as actually you are those Jews, and that's the problem. We can't show and prove that Israelites, you're an Israelite that come from the Levant. You can't show and prove it. You're gonna bring out the your interpretation of prophecy and curses. It ain't got nothing to do with us. The Bible has nothing to do with us today. The Bible, let me say it loud and clear. The Bible has absolutely nothing to do with us today. When the Bible was written and compiled,
all right, Garfield, we heard you, bro. Let me address, because y'all make these points and then get 10.
I know.
Y'all get 100 miles away from the point that you made, and then therefore, that's how y'all want to argue it, because nobody can ever address them, because you make them and then they disappear.
All right, let me finish real quick.
But y'all don't have an argument.
Hold
Y'all
on,
gotta
Sabi.
believe
it.
Chill. Let me finish my point. I want to say that nobody in the audience, nobody on the panel can prove they are attached to the ancient Israelites. They want to attach themselves to a tradition and a storyline that's primarily not even real. It's theological. I gave an example early in the show. It's like Solomon. I don't know if Sabio believes Solomon is real. I believe Solomon is a real person. Notice I said believe. It's possible. But the person in the Bible is not a real character. There's no way he had 1,000 wives, 700 concubines or whatever, and nobody know this nigga. Hell no. As much as women talk, no disrespect to women. Come on, man. Yo, man, I had sex with him last night. Nobody knows this nigga. Nobody. But I could find a guy with a similar name in the Moabite culture who was a king named Salamanu, which is Solomon, the same letters as in Solomon's name. I could find him in history, but I can't find Solomon in history. That shit makes no sense.
Quick question, Garfield, because this
he had 700 wives, and you can't find nothing about a man with 700 wives.
So
Go ahead,
Right. See how we just keep running to all these different nonsensical ass arguments, and we get way away from the first argument.
But it's not.
30 points later.
Hold on,
you see what I'm saying?
I got you.
See what I'm saying?
It's a quick question, just to Garfield, because it has something to do with your Jamaican culture. You're familiar with the Nebra Kagas, right, or Kibra Nagas?
Yeah, the Kibra Nagas, yeah. And the Nagas.
Does they have any historical? Because that has to do with Solomon and that Menelik line. Is that true or
made up?
It's made up. Okay.
Made up. How I do it is because you got to apply a methodology to it. You got to go back into the Demit Empire, then the Aksumite Empire. And if you look at the geographical locations, you look at the traditions that they believed in. I got a writing by George Hadke that goes into the Geese and look at the traditions of the people that believed in the Aksumite Empire. And when you look in the Geese, there's no connection to Judaism at all. They got the Bible later. That's what kills them. Even their Bible is translated from the Greek. And they like to say, oh, we got the oldest Bible. No, you got the oldest illustrated Bible, not the oldest Bible. You know what I'm saying? So that's with that. I only speak truth, family. I ain't got none, and that's Jamaican. That's my family right there. Some of my family members don't talk to me because of my stand. But the Ethiopia in the Bible is not the Ethiopia of today, and that's where the problem starts. Go ahead, Israel Bound. Let me go do something. Right. Go ahead. You got the floor.
So y'all said that the white man gave somebody the Bible. And it's the most ridiculous argument ever, because we're not talking about who compiled some books, who put some books together. None of that. The statement was who wrote the books. That's the difference. Nobody cares how they got distributed or who distributed. They didn't write them. Difference does that make?
All right. So are you basically telling us that there were? I thought he was done.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, bro.
All right. So
No, I told him, no, he can respond, Garfield.
So basically, what I'm hearing from you is that somewhere in Africa, the beginnings of these ancient biblical writings were stolen. Is that what you're telling us?
No, they were found.
They were found somewhere in Africa, for real? The Dead Sea Scrolls were found in Africa?
Well, they told you where the Dead Sea Scrolls were found.
In the Qumran caves in Egypt.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, cool.
So,
what about the what about the rest? What about P52? Where was P52 found?
if you research P52,
I'm asking you.
If you research P50, then why are you asking me?
Because you should know. You're the expert.
You brought up P52.
Yeah, I brought it
For
up
what?
because you made a
For what?
because you made a statement. So
With
don't
that
interrupt me
said
because
what?
I did.
That said what?
Let me finish.
Go
So
ahead.
your statement
Go ahead.
was that the Bible was not written by white people; it was translated. So that in that statement, you're hinting at that there were scriptures on the continent of Africa that these white people went and found, that these Europeans went and found. Now I need to know where these scriptures were on the continent of Africa, bruh.
These scriptures came from men of Israel, bro.
On the continent of Africa.
In the land of Israel.
On
now
the
you
continent,
call it what you want to. Call it
Israel,
what you
is
want
Israel
to.
is Israel on the continent of Africa?
Some say so, some say no. I say so.
Israel is in the Levant, and the Levant is considered the Mediterranean world.
Okay.
It was not ever considered Africa. Okay, so when
okay, so
is Israel
let me ask you a question.
Africa?
Let me ask you a question. So is Egypt in Africa?
Yes, it's at the top of Africa.
Okay. So is Egypt connected to Israel?
No.
It's not. So there's no landmass. So there's no landmass that connects Egypt and Israel.
No, because that landmass is called the
uneducated. You're uneducated.
The Levant is not.
You, sir, are uneducated.
I hear
because
you.
Because the Israelites walked from Egypt into Canaan.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
All right. Well, your belief isn't relevant.
No, that's not a belief. That's the truth.
Bro.
That's not a belief. That's the truth.
I let you speak.
Let's just establish that you're ignorant on this conversation.
I let you speak. So again, the Levant is a few hundred miles away from the border of Egypt. Israel is in the middle of the Levant, hundreds of miles away from Egypt. So even if you can refer to Israel being a vassal kingdom under Egyptian rule, that does not mean that they're connected. So please,
once again,
stop trying to act like you're smart and don't interrupt me because I'm not finished. So again, we know who the ignorant person is, the person on this panel who knows his descendants, his ancestors came from Africa, but he's trying to make himself a person from the Levant. So we know who ignorant is.
Okay, well, Garfield.
Hey, Israel Bond. I just want somebody to try to prove they're Israelite with archaeology, anthropology, and history. And we could throw a little Bible in there too, because the Bible has to do with context. Just like Deuteronomy 28, I actually narrowed down the context that it's talking about from Genesis 1 to Deuteronomy 28:67. So I narrow down the context. I would love to. I would allow you to use your Bible and try to say that. Listen, if this is how you interpret it, I have a different way of looking at it, because the Bible has absolutely nothing to do with today. Absolutely nothing. Somebody would have to convince me. And what happened is the Bible was so well written that it could apply to 3,000 years from now. 3,000 years from now,
Well,
somebody's going to be arguing.
you said
That's all.
you said that the Bible. You brought up a point that it said you would not see those Egyptians again, right? I would argue that at no point did they ever see those Egyptians again.
So if I show
So
you,
there's just many.
if I show you them on
No,
the
they never.
Syrian ship, if I show you on
They
the
never.
ship,
No, that would those be? Hold up. Would those be those exact Egyptians that you read about?
my brother, if I show you
No,
the
hold
Syrian,
on, Garfield. Don't be disingenuous, Garfield.
listen to what I'm
I'm
saying.
asking you a question.
Listen to what I'm
Okay, go
saying.
ahead. Okay,
You see,
go
I
ahead.
read scholarship, right? And I deal with scholarship outside the Bible, right? And I read a lot. I'm one of the, I read more about the Bible probably more than
I know
anybody
you
in the
do. I
community.
know
Listen
you
to what
do.
I'm saying. Deuteronomy 28. I was the person that brought the information of the Suzerain Treaty, where the Assyrian Suzerain Treaty was similar to Deuteronomy. I'll never forget that day when I posted it on my Facebook. Divine Prospect went crazy. Where you get this from? Where you get this from? Because nobody has never ever seen that before in the conscious community, in the Black community, Hebrew Israelite community. So we have in some instances concept to concept and word for word, where it's so what the scholars did was they rationalized that at that time period, around that time period, Deuteronomy, part of it was written. I am saying to you, at that point, Ashurnapal did take people to Egypt on ships, and in fact, the king called Manasseh of Judah was also on ships going into Egypt. So we do have evidence of Israelites literally on ships going into Egypt. Now,
okay.
were they bondmen and bondwomen? I don't know. Were they people try to buy them and nobody bought them? I don't know, but I know for a fact one the scholars are trying to align how Deuteronomy is similar to the Suzerain Treaty of the Assyrian kings, where they say that if you do this, this is going to happen. You're going to get cursed by this. Is going to happen. You're going to get blind. You're going this. You're going that. So the same type of thing, our concept is in the Bible, but it changes from Ashur to Yahweh, that God is going to punish you with this and that. So the same type of curses and blessings is the same way it's in the Assyrian records. So they're saying that Deuteronomy is written, parts of it is written at around the 7th century, around the same time. And that's why it makes sense that them going into Egypt on ships, on Assyrian ships, makes a lot of sense. That's all I'm saying. Am I saying the Bible is correct or the prophecy is right? I'm saying they're writing about it after the fact. That's what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is that unless it lines up with that prophecy, it don't matter. And what I'm saying also is that, and that was my argument, it was none of that anyway. My argument was that if you hold to your same standard of stringency, then when it says you that you would not see these Egyptians again, right? You brought that out. Were those the same Egyptians?
Why would it be the same exact Egyptians?
Because that's what the scripture says.
All right, you know what, bro? I'm not even gonna argue that, man. You could have that, bro. I'm not
okay, now you don't want to argue. Now you don't want to argue that.
That makes absolutely no sense.
Is that what the scriptures say or not?
Get a negative half a point for that, Garfield. Give
If
him
you're gonna be a
point.
literalist and a fundamentalist, I'm not gonna pick up no scripture and try to read it and say,
that's what you've been doing the whole time. You've been doing this the whole time. Now you want to see. Yeah.
Man, hold on, guys. We can't all talk over each other. All right. But anyway, listen, family. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna jump on Clubhouse, and we're gonna have some fun again next week. And let's not forget Elijah Ben Israel. Oh, you back? You resurface?
Hey, hey, Garfield, do you have a debate with Sage?
With Sage? Yeah, we were supposed to do a debate. I don't know what happened. She never hit me back.
So She's on Clubhouse every day. You're not running, are you?
Yeah, I'm running from a woman. I'm running from her. So you believe like her? You believe that Israel is in South Africa or Congo?
Garfield, she's literally on Clubhouse every day.
I know. I see her every day. I'm just asking you. I'm saying to you, do you believe that Israel is in South Africa or the Congo?
Y'all niggas stop smoking crack.
You don't have to put in the ad homes in there, brother.
Hey, if Israel is in South Africa, y'all smoking crack.
Chill.
Hey, why are you attacking our character rather than our position, brother?
Elijah, I'm gonna ask you a simple question. Do you believe that Israel is in Congo or Jerusalem is in Congo or South Africa?
I believe that Israel is scattered through the four corners of the earth.
I'm talking about the city of Jerusalem. Do you believe Jerusalem is in Africa?
Now, see the kind of question you just asked. That's what the brother was talking about. That you don't want to answer this question, but the city of Jerusalem is not in Africa.
Elijah. All I ask is if Jerusalem is in it's in Grand Rising right now.
No, I don't believe Jerusalem in Africa.
Okay, no problem, brother. That's all I wanted to know. That's all.
I mean, why did you ask me that question?
Because Sage believes that it's in the Congo or South Africa.
Oh, Sage is a antichrist feminist. I mean, I say, I go over to their room and destroy them every day. But
I'm running from her, right?
No, but that's not even a debate. That's just common sense. So if that's what she's debating, she's gonna lose that because that's
all I want you to do, my brother. I'm gonna ask you this. You could come on anytime. I'll give you 2 minutes. You rap. I rap for 2 minutes so that we have equal time. I would love for an Israelite to prove how they're Israelite. Is it more than faith? That's all I'm asking for. More than just faith.
Me too, because I'm tired of these idiotic arguments.
Hey, that guy doesn't come on just to attack brothers. He don't bring no information that's valuable.
I have more information in my pinky than you got in your brain.
Man, don't spoil the show, man. Don't spoil the show, man.
Listen, Garfield. Damn, I forgot what I see. That's why I hate when guys come on with that kind of talk because it makes me forget what I was going to say.
Come back next week and bring 10 of your friends, man. Everybody get 2 minutes and we just rap about it. I'm just saying that, listen, being a Christian, being a Muslim, being a Hebrew, being an agnostic and atheist, everybody have their walks in their life. Nobody's better than anybody. We all in the struggle. One thing, I'm black, I'm in America, and we in a whole lot of trouble. I don't need a religion to figure that out. And this whole thing about because we were put into captivity, we're gonna put the white man into captivity, all that stuff to have black people join a movement that can't do nothing for us. Absolutely nothing. There's no dent on society. There's no dent on nothing. Most of y'all cheer for Trump. Not saying y'all do. Most Israelites I see on YouTube are cheering for Trump because they feel if Trump treat black people bad or make it worse for them, it's God doing it. And this is the stupidity of religion and belief. All I'm gonna say is that the Hebrew Israelite movement in 100 years, you're not gonna hear nothing about it. The Christians are gonna revive. They're going to come with some new version of Christianity and still steal the people's heart. Because Christianity is gonna be here for a long time. It's gonna take 2,000-3,000 years to get rid of the black church. It's not gonna happen today or tomorrow. So if all I'm gonna say to y'all, I don't think anybody can prove they're an Israelite. It's just a belief, and that's it. Y'all living a lie. All right, I'm out of here though. Peace and love to y'all. I'll see y'all next week, man. Later. Peace.